slide to keep it closed.
Got it.
Ah!
So cute.
It's a nice bag.
All right, let's get it on. Okay, so first and foremost, indeed we have lost Howl. Very sad. We love playing with them, and feel free to reach out and keep in touch with the new friend, if you feel so. But just circumstances of life kind of got in the way. That's all. But hopefully we'll be seeing Howl at another table sometime soon. And yes, indeed, one of our more veteran players, Soraya, will be joining us probably as of next week. We have a pretty exciting exciting character coming in. Hopefully they'll live more than a session. Okay, with that said, let's get to the game. Oh my god, I am
Do they
so
know
not
to bring in with the backup? Do they know to have a
I feel like that should be a thing that everyone
yeah,
warned
should
them.
remember that when Brennan first did, what was it, of Crap
Donut
Candy?
Candy.
Like,
Yes,
I believe
every
that was the
person-
one where he's like, okay, everybody's got 2 characters because shit's gonna go down.
Yes, it was mandatory that every person had 2 characters.
Well, let's be
Well, he
fair
was
here.
he was out for blood.
When we started the campaign,
Are
we
you
had 3
not?
bards.
No, the module
That's
is
true. Oh my
I
god.
I have you at a level ahead now, so maybe that'll loosen things up. Hey, are we enjoying the difficulty level? Because I can always keep you guys a level ahead or compensate. If you guys are enjoying the danger of the game, I'm happy to oblige. If you're not liking it, then I can make it easier.
I think
that'd
we're
be
okay where
boring.
we are.
That'd be boring.
No, we'll survive, maybe.
Okay, danger it is.
The last
Um,
session, like, we've used all of our resources, all of them. So I don't want
Yeah,
to
but no
make
one
it harder
died.
for sure.
But no one died.
Yeah, and
You're
and we're going
right.
back
No
to
one
town.
died.
And we're going back
All
to
right.
town. So we're
We're
gonna
going
get
back to town.
supplies.
That's right.
Get
That's
the fuck
right.
out of here.
Get the fuck out of here. Okay, ladies and germs, it's time to get down to business. So, you guys had made it back to Greenest, successful in your endeavors. You had successfully. Oh, let me do a proper recap. I'm just kind of just talking out of my ear right now, so half a moment. You guys inside of your dragon hatchery, laid low for Morth, I believe her name is, or Morlath, excuse me. You had defeated all of the remaining cultists, aside from a few kobold stragglers that were no doubt lingering in the caves. You defeated the Drake Guardians before the 3 eggs, and after a discussion, 2 of the eggs were destroyed, and 1 of the eggs was taken. It seems that your ranger, who has a vested interest in the draconic, intends to try and birth and raise this egg, or I should say incubate and hatch and then raise this black dragon egg, with the understanding that if this dragon were to get out of control, the party would slay it. So we will see how that goes. It is also noted that a warm, humid environment is required for the egg to continue its incubation process. So we will see how that goes. In the meantime, you successfully made your way back to Greenest. You had all taken a long rest in the cavern, but it wasn't. You did some more traveling. It was an 8-hour trip. So as you get back to Greenest, you guys are all very tired. You're all very, very tired. But it is very early. It's like old person time to sleep. It's like 6 o'clock. Like the sun isn't even beginning to set, but you're all like, as you like all come back into town, sleepy, ready for some rest after a long 8-hour voyage, especially with the Furbolg eggs strapped to their back. But you make your way back to Greenest successfully. As you get back, Chivalry is going to look at the party and says, well done, everyone. I'm going to be around town, but I have some arrangements to make. So I'll catch up with you guys later, but you should all get some sleep, and I'll see you in the morning. And he's going to leave and walk into the village.
Yeah, my food is almost here. I'll be right back.
All right, no problem. All right, Shroud, Star. Ciela, you can stay on the outside of camps if you want with the egg, but as a reminder,
Yep.
It is not due to hatch for a week, and especially not in this environment.
Yeah, well, I still want to stay with it to protect it,
Okay, no problem.
because I don't want anybody stealing it.
Steal me 150-pound egg. All right, so but with the 4 of you, nope, 5 of you, where would you like to go? What would you like to do? Find a place to rest your head?
Yeah, if it's been a long couple days, so that's probably a good idea.
Rest.
Probably a good idea. All right, Ciela, I will deal with Ciela when she gets back, but the rest of you,
Back.
I imagine that there's probably a home here in Greenest that has no longer residents within it and is put together enough that it can house the heroes of Greenest. So you may all find your way there to rest. I'm probably going to say it's the house where you all met with Leeson for whatever reason. And that's the place where you guys kind of sleep for the evening. Maybe you wave at some of the locals who are getting to know you better and better now on the way in, and you all find your way to this common place and get yourself some sleep. Incredible. And as for you, Ciela, you can take the egg and, with the help of Aoife, find yourself. Are you proficient in survival? I'd certainly hope so.
No.
You're not. You're a ranger and you're not proficient in survival?
How did that happen?
How are you not proficient in survival?
I don't know. Well,
I am. I'm proficient
What?
in survival.
So
Actually, Aoife would have is carrying the egg anyway. So she'd
I'm
also
gonna say, Ciela, I think the prospect of the idea of a ranger who has no idea how to live in nature is insane. So
Yeah.
I'll let you swap a skill right now if you want.
yeah. Okay.
Because that's insane.
I don't have
to me.
proficiency in any of my skills. Now that I look at my sheet.
Whoa.
You got proficient in
Alright.
perception, nature, insight, athletics, and animal handling.
Oh, okay. I'll take away, I guess, insight.
Okay. There you suddenly remember how to survive in nature. So yes, Aoife puts down the egg somewhere. You set yourself up. As those proficient in survival can comfortably live out in the wilds, without any checks or skills required, you can set yourself up a little campsite. And Aoife, you can run back to town.
actually I'd like to offer to stay so
Sure.
Lucilla doesn't have to be out here all alone.
CL will just, gesture, like, go ahead, have a seat.
Okay. You two will spend the night by the firelight outside of town. Protecting your egg. Okay. Just for fun, we'll give you a little campfire.
Ooh.
Because what's camping if there's no campfire? Okay, cool. You guys all fall yourself, like unequip your armor, fall into bed in the relative safety of this somewhat ruined town that is slowly seeing support filing in. And you guys can all go to sleep, and you guys can all find yourselves a long rest. You may hit the button.
Like a real long rest?
Like a real
Reals?
long
Like
rest.
a
for
real
realsies.
long
Real.
rest!
Real.
And then the kobolds come.
And then the kobolds come. Yeah. Here comes. Where did you think they'd all gone? Back to Greenest, another one.
Can I
And
ask
does
you
the
a
long
question?
rest take away exhaustion?
I was gonna ask you a
That's right.
question.
Just one level of exhaustion. Yes. Go ahead, Shroud.
Okay, I was gonna say because it does clarify to remove a level of exhaustion. It says requires food and drink, but Warforged don't eat or drink. So I was gonna ask above the table if I can just clear my exhaustion with a long rest.
Yeah, you can clear it with
still
sleep
got-
alone. That's fine. You're a
Okay,
robot,
I was just
whatever.
trying to. I was like, I'm trying to be honest about.
You gotta
No,
find
I
They
some
got
appreciate
a
it.
combat snack in their pocket.
Right, but they don't
I think
eat.
that'd count.
Right,
But they don't eat.
though. So
just a little bit of oil.
right.
Yeah.
Like the Tin Man.
Yeah, the Tin Man. You got a little oil.
Ac- Hold on. Actually, above the table, does that mean the good berry wouldn't work for Shroud?
No, Shroud has the capacity to
Like consume.
consume and process food, but gains no nutritional value from it.
Yeah.
But your good berry is magical, so it would work.
They're not.
Yeah.
They're not constructs. They're still considered like living creatures.
Yeah, they're living creatures, absolutely. So the magic of the good berry would absolutely work, but just regular ass food carries no nutritional value for a Warforged. It's just like, okay, it's here for some reason. Let's just get it out, and then it's very much like Shroud eats it and it comes out wherever the other side is, like immediately. May as well just be one long pipe.
It's like no taste, but Shroud doesn't have to taste the awful flavor of the good berry.
That's right. They just
Yeah. Yep, Shroud's like, love good berry. So good.
My favorite.
Yeah, it tastes just like all the other food. And yeah. Okay, long rest is had by all. Terrence, Star, and Ciela. Such a I feel like I'm playing trivia every time I start a new game. Just like catching up with the names. There's a knock at the door of your home. Oh, you guys are out in the woods. You don't know. Ciela and Aoife are out in the woods. The next morning, of course. Would anyone like to answer the door?
Shroud will, because they only need 6 hours, where everyone else needs 8. So
Yeah, there's like a
already be awake.
there's a little like, and Shroud's like,
uh-huh.
and goes towards the door. The door opens, and the menace that is Shroud just sort of state your business or die. You see Governor Nightshade is standing at the door, more intimidated than he was before his coffee.
What a sight that would be.
Yeah, I think he's gotten used to you,
right?
But is still haphazardly. He's haphazardly gotten used to you. I think is the best way to put it. He's like, says, "Good morning, Shroud. It is good to see you're in fine health."
And they'll just like gesticulate to like offer them to come in.
Oh yeah, good. All right. He goes inside, and you just sort of.
Yep.
Like
there you go.
Yep. He walks in and says, you've all returned again. Did your adventure fare well?" Oh, okay.
Is everyone else asleep? Is it just Shroud and the governor?
Terrence, Star?
Star can wake up and be like, what? Oh,
Yeah, you two can come downstairs at this time if you wish to.
Yeah, I'll come downstairs. Oh,
Star
okay.
just stumbles down the stairs.
You see Governor Nightshade with his arm in a sling and his head bandaged, sort of like looking up at Shroud, who's just like staring at him menacingly, not saying a damn word. And he's like, I hope all Terrence.
Yeah, here, come inside. Just
thank you.
Step around them.
I see, and he like very much like wide berth around Shroud, and comes up to you, Terrence, and gives you a pat on the shoulder and says, "You're looking in well enough health. Did things go well this time around? Hopefully."
Yeah, I would say so. Things went a lot better.
Good, what a relief. I ran into Chivalry, and he said to come find all of you in the morning. Didn't say much more than that, so I'm glad to hear it's good news. I expect you will be heading to Elturel then, to find Leosin once more.
Yeah, I believe so. Once everybody's ready, we'll pack up and head that way.
Well, Master Alenthar he's a good man. There is good news, though. It seems that he and his apprentice Chivalry had made organized some things for you all. He had horses and riding gear brought here for all of your use to get to Elturel a little quicker. That's quite kind of him.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, whenever you're ready, I'd be more than happy to escort you all to your new steeds, apparently free of cost.
Is is there a horse big enough for Shroud?
There, I think one has been put in. Yes, they're all exceptional riding horses that should be able to ferry your party, despite size.
Okay, good.
Just from the look of them, that is. I'm no stable master, but they look strong and hardy,
Above the
healthy.
table, Shroud is not that heavy. I mean, they're heavy, but they're not like 600 pounds heavy. They're like 300 pounds heavy.
A
Also-
modest 300 pounds.
Yes, a modest
Ethan's
300
7
pounds.
feet tall.
Yes, Shroud is also 7 feet.
So that's probably the thing I'm more worried about. Is
Right, not the
their
weight.
legs half dangling to the
clearance.
floor on either side of the house.
The
That's why you put them in
level.
things.
Okay, we'll figure it out. I need that
What's the
fan art. I
brakes?
need that art.
The horse he gets is a Clydesdale. Yeah, don't worry.
Shroud on a miniature pony.
Just says
Like
no,
the
they are
bicycle.
stout, strong looking riding horses. I saw them this morning. They look like to be a fine breed, as much as I can tell, which is not worth much, honestly. I'm more of a governor than a anyway. But yes, allow me to give you some space to get ready for your journey in the morning. I will meet you all at the stables whenever you're ready.
All right.
And he'll find his way out.
Do you guys have anything you need?
Items like health potions.
This town doesn't have help.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought we already established that they were
We've
like,
taken pretty much all they have
yeah.
already.
They've already shoved all of their potions of healing down your throat or in your pockets.
I'm just okay. I do have a disguise kit. I was just a little worried. I didn't know if I had one. Yeah. Oh wait, I don't have bows for my little
Arrows, you mean?
arrows. Yeah, I have a bow.
I'm sure we can find some arrows.
All right, I'll add that to my thing.
Yep. Add that to your inventory. You ask around, and they'll be able to cobble together a quiver and arrows for you. So add a quiver and add 20 arrows to your inventory.
Okay.
They come in bushels of 20 when you equip them. So,
Okay.
or bundles, excuse me.
Yeah, I was short. Oh, I just need. This is gonna be fun. Okay. I'll figure it out.
Okay. So I expect Aoife and Ciela sort of dust themselves off in the morning and make their way into town.
Yep.
Hell yeah. I'm just gonna do, just for the sake of my quick sanity.
While we are
Yeah.
walking into town, but before we actually meet up with people, I just wanted to talk to Seal a bit.
Yeah.
I hated that. I don't much like Sorry about that. I don't much like killing things. And I could see it bothered you. Anyway, I'm real sorry. And if I can help you, it would be a great thing what you're doing.
Well, unfortunately, the things that we're killing aren't exactly open to negotiations. So it's us or them. And I prefer it's us, not dying.
Anyway,
So
you don't have to raise the egg alone. I'll help you.
Well, I think 3 dragons would have been too much to handle for us. one dragon's going to be more than enough. This is probably going to be a bit of an asshole, the dragon, to be honest. Because considering it's people raising it for us.
Sorry.
But
I reckon
I
that's
think that with the
fair.
right care and the right lessons, we may be able to perhaps hopefully convince it not to kill us.
The other one did a whole lot of damage to the town.
Mm-hmm. That was a blue dragon.
How long does it take to go from that to that?
The one that killed our town was, or that attacked the town was fully mature.
That take a year, 2 years,
Quite a few years. Yeah.
10 years.
Nature
Like,
check
I
to
mean,
either of you.
I could roll a check for it. I just
If you'd like to roll a check for how dragons age, either of you could roll a nature check.
I guess Aoife's assumption is that of course the ranger knows. Aoife knows Jack. I think that's a 6.
6, you don't know.
Yeah, no, I got no idea.
Were you gonna roll Cielo or
Yep, I got a 17.
17? Yeah, you know. Several years. They remain in their wormling phase for the first 5 years of their life, usually. And then they're young dragons for work with me here. Oh, it doesn't want to tell me. The dragon that you guys fought that attacked Greenest was more than 100 years old. They don't mature to their true adult form until they've reached at least 100 years old. That's when they reach that proper adult size. So you guys do not have anything to worry about this dragon becoming that old in most of your lifespans.
Ciela pats the egg and goes, "This guy is going to outlive both of us."
Easily.
Well, that's all right then. How you feeling anyway? You need anything extra this morning?
And Ciela stretches a bit. I think a nice breakfast would be good. Maybe we can rustle up a nice breakfast somewhere. I haven't had a proper breakfast in shit, I don't even know how long.
Above the table, did they have 1 or 2 levels of exhaustion? Because I got.
I had 1.
Prepped. Okay. All right.
How about I catch some fish and we can fry up some fish for breakfast?
Oh, that sounds amazing. I'll try to find some herbs. Make us up some breakfast.
So do we roll for catching fish?
Yeah, let's catch some fish. Fuck yeah. Give me a moment while I pull up my. What the fuck is that? While I pull up my hunting
Fish chart.
Yeah, my hunting chart from my house rules here, or homebrew rules. Let's see, hunting from GM binder.
Oh, is it like whatever
Okay,
number it is? Is it kind of fish?
Fishing. You guys can go over to the stream that runs through Greenest and do a little fishing that morning. Okay, do you guys have fishing equipment of any kind?
No.
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 Aoife? How do you intend to catch some fish?
My hands.
Your hands, okay. Okay, let's give it a shot.
Dex score I might be able to manage.
Let's see. Roll me a survival check to see if you can find
Not even with the bow
fish.
either. It's just with
Oh yeah, I can do it with the bow. That is a
I think the idea of the ranger being over there going
5-14.
See, in my head, I'm picturing it like catfish gigging, where they just put their hands in the water and pull it out by the mouth.
14. You try all morning to shoot some arrows into the water, try and catch some fish that way. You try setting up little sort of rock-based just sort of catches to catch the fish, and you do a couple times, but when you go and try and grab them, they slip out of your hands and back into the water and swim away. Unfortunately, Ciela, you are not quite. You're a very skilled huntsman,
Good enough for fit.
and let's leave it at that. It seems to be the case this morning.
The CL's stomach just goes.
Yep.
I bet there's someone in town got something.
Yeah, maybe I can get a fishing rod in town.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, I'll say that as you guys are spend an hour fishing this morning, the day is starting to come upon you. You don't know what the rest of the party's doing, but you know, time is passing. If you guys wish to go into town and try and find someone to give you fishing rods and try again, you can.
Cool.
Well, we should probably check in with the others.
Yeah, for sure, but I still want to get a fishing rod because you never know if you're gonna need it.
It's still a good idea.
Okay. As you guys go looking around town and sort of on the way to your party, you'll sort of bump into them as they're on their way to the horses. But yes, you two can obtain fishing rods. So fishing tackles, I believe, is what you want to add to your equipment.
Okay.
Yeah, you would want to add a fishing tackle. Yeah, I don't know what this fishing thing is. Yeah, fishing tackle.
That or basic fishing equipment? Which one?
Just the fishing tackle. I don't know what the other thing is.
It includes a pole, a line, a hook, and either a lure and some bait.
The basic one?
Mm-hmm.
Just do the fishing tackle, please.
Okay.
No problem. Yeah. Okay, yeah, they give you some fishing tackles. But yeah, you bump into the part, so you see Aoife and Cielo with their or just gathering some fishing tackles from some villagers who are sort of handing it over happily. Please, yes, take my equipment by all means, heroes of Greenest. And then you guys all bump into each other.
Oh, what's up, guys?
Hey, is anybody watching the egg?
Does Eva have the egg on her back?
I would not have left the egg.
Okay, you got the egg.
It's wrapped up discreetly it's in my backpack.
Oh, I don't think it is.
That's
a 3-foot tall egg that is a giant orb. I don't think that fits into your bag alongside your equipment.
Well, we can wrap it up and she can wear it like you wear.
But it can be wrapped in a blanket with rope around it.
I can use disguise self to make it look like it's just a giant backpack.
If you'd like to, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm a crippled and I can do that.
Sure. So you see Aoife with a comically large, haversack backpack.
So we wouldn't bring it here.
I'm 7 foot tall. It's proportionate.
Looks normal. Looks normal. It's probably hidden a few weapons in there. Also, you guys should never have said pony shroud. No, you guys shouldn't have said that.
Said what?
I drew something.
Shroud riding a pony.
Oh.
All right, so we were gonna get a bite of breakfast, I think, and then do we have plans for the day?
Yeah, we got some horses. We're gonna ride to El Terrell.
All right.
All right. Is that where you're all headed?
Do we want breakfast, people, or we're just going straight to it?
You guys could have got breakfast if you wanted to. They seem to be still doing, it's been a couple sessions, but it's still pretty. That's not true. Actually, it's been about 2 weeks. So, people are more than if you go to someone's house, you can ask, hey, can you give me breakfast? But there isn't just like a table of breakfast, you know.
Yeah,
I
it's more
didn't know if
happy
maybe
down
there
at
would
breakfast.
be an inn because people have come in to help bringing in supplies. I would think that they would have a place for people to stay, perhaps.
Probably the temple, I
Maybe or the
imagine.
temple, perhaps.
Yeah, a lot of houses got destroyed and burnt up since the attack, so I'm assuming that there are probably people staying in the temple and the church to keep.
Yeah. If you guys go scrounging for food, you can definitely find some places that are of sort of charity help. And yeah, like the church, the temple itself, especially with Terrence being one of the priests there, yes, you guys all can find yourself some stew for breakfast. It isn't the most hearty home cooked meal in the world, but it'll do the job.
And we'll see. I was gonna just wolf that down and end it with a giant belch.
Okay.
While everyone is eating, I think Shroud is gonna pull out the Rio's loot again, and
Okay.
they're gonna study it, and they're gonna do what they did before. They'll just pluck it a little bit, like nice little sounds, and then they'll put it back. They'll put it back away.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Ciela looks up at Shroud and says, would you like to go visit her grave?
Her grave doesn't exist. She was burned.
there's just-
But we put a
She
grave
was
up
burned.
for her.
There's still a marker.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, all right. So then, yes, Shroud will agree.
Okay. Alright, so Ciela will go with Shroud to the burial site. I don't know if anybody else is
Okay.
coming.
There's a fair point. This is probably the last time you're going to be in Greenest for a while, unless you're sent back.
Yeah.
And I don't think a majority of the party was, because I was there by myself. So I don't even know if the party had visited. Oh yeah, I guess we put this marker up. So
Yeah.
Yeah, to be clear, Shroud, you indeed set a private pyre for Rio, but a marker was put in the common grave site, which everybody attended. Was
okay.
the funeral the next morning, including
Okay.
yourself.
Can Ciela pick up a few like wildflowers, dandelions, whatever on the way?
Yeah, absolutely. Despite the destruction, there would be such wildflowers growing here and there.
Alright, so that's what Ciela will do, and she'll
Shroud
put a
Shroud would
flower
do
at
the
each grave.
Oh,
yeah, Shroud
could
would do
Star go?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. If everyone wants to go, yeah, there's no.
Yeah, I will admit Star will be collecting different colored flowers for reasons.
Yeah, no problem.
This is like outside the church.
I imagine you got to go a little further than the church, because I imagine there's no shortage of individuals who are like, oh, I'll grab a quick bundle of flowers and go put them over by the grave, which makes, ironically, this temple of nature not a place of abundance for wildflowers. But perhaps it is, as a couple of furbolgs have shown up recently with certain capacity for growth. Maybe to your own surprise, Terrence, the Temple of Chantia seems to be a little bit more ripe with young vegetation, such as wildflowers.
As Shroud is observing, I think, they would pick flowers with Ciela because that's kind of like they understand that concept now. And then I think as they approach like the grave site, they'll like kind of look around and like put a rock on like each of the graves. That's just like a little marker.
Ciela smiles and says, "There's a lovely rock, Shroud. Try putting flowers down too. The flowers make it a little bit brighter."
And they'll do that. They'll like take whatever they've collected and kind of like put them there too. Like in a little pile on top of each stone.
God.
I think I'll put each mini in so we can remember all the people that have fucking died.
All the people who died.
Yay!
This
I
is
remember
depressing.
It's a little depressing.
It's
Well,
a
you
song.
guys-
Well, it's a
No,
song.
you have to
want
sit
it.
through it. You have to watch it. You sit there and watch it.
Oh, and that's a good point. Is one of these graves is completely unmarked. It just says on it, a furbolg we knew or something like that. Or no, you said your name. So yeah, the grave of Borman would be marked just sort of Borman, like a furbolg. We knew and saved us, or something like that. Who else died? Sounds bad.
Bob Ross?
Oh yeah,
Just
Songgrad.
says we
Songgrad.
hardly knew you.
Yes, Furbolg. We
Tigers.
hardly knew him.
Literally.
Come on. There. And Songgrad. So now it's set so we can remember who's gone. But yeah, you approach the graves, you read them, the heroes who have fought and died for Greenest and against the dragon cult. People of who previously were not members of great significance on the Sword Coast, but had nonetheless their names sort of marked down in the hearts of those they saved, and many they did indeed save. And you can all look upon the grades of Moonfrost, Rio, Winhilde, Songgrad, and Bormon, and remember and say goodbye for a while.
These noble souls protect and nurture the soil in our absence.
Is there anything anyone would like to do?
Say that's a screenshot for you. Look.
Perhaps
It's
indeed
eerie.
for some of you there is, as you look upon all of these graves, maybe Aoife and Star not having been there that faithful night, but for Ciela, Terrence, and Shroud might look upon, and this is only a small representation, this would be a large gravesite that goes sort of beyond the map. Look upon all of the many who died at the hands of the dragon cult and maybe feel the weight of failure, but perhaps maybe also feel the weight of success, knowing that this gravesite could be 4 or 5 times as large if all of you hadn't intervened. And how many more may die because of the dragon cult if you don't do anything.
Shroud is gonna pull out that lute again, and they'll play like, again, they obviously they don't know exactly what they're doing, but I think they would have observed Rio enough to like replicate like maybe 1 or 2 sounds, like not like a whole song or anything like that, but just like a few little notes. And they'll try and like mimic with not much, musicality. And then they'll just put it away.
Yep. Make a performance check. You get away playing an instrument without a performance check?
That's fine. Yep, hang on.
Let's see it.
That is okay, hang on.
Hopefully not bad.
I got it. Give me a second. 11.
11. It's passable. You play the lute, and it's pitchy. It's not a perfect rhythm, but for those of you who knew Rio, it does indeed resemble something similar to a song. It at least, the notes are a little higher when they're supposed to be higher, and the notes are a little lower when they're supposed to be lower. It generally resembles what Rio had once played. Maybe a little slower, a little out of tune, but nonetheless, a song of a bard you once knew.
I'll just put it away in their pack.
Okay.
Star, after picking up all the different colored flowers, goes to his sister's grave and just puts all the different colors, kind of mumbling to himself about, here's red for your anger, here's blue for your sadness, here's purple for, I don't know what was purple, but I never could figure it out. He just puts all the colors down and mumbles to himself. And kind of walks back to the group, kind of down-faced.
Yeah, I'll give him a pat on the shoulder.
No, thanks. And then he just goes back into his, like, sad self.
All right, well, I think We shouldn't stay all day here. Excuse me, brooding over the dead. And we should honor their lives by moving forward with ours. That's what they want us to do. Let's say we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, let me
Oh.
let me say my goodbyes to Falcon Moon before we leave.
And then the horses.
Horses.
Yep, while you all take a final moment, Terrence, you find your way back inside of the Temple of Chantia. This, get out of here, Dragon Cult. You left. Back into the Temple of Chantia, the, Jesus, why is there all these people? I haven't removed them. That's why. You make your way back in. It's being put back together. The benches are laid back up where they're supposed to be, in the proper pews. This is where food is sort of being distributed to the masses for the most part. It's sort of died down a little bit. And you see Falcon Moon is present. You see Priest Adian Falcon Moon indeed sort of looks over at you and approaches you. Says, Terrence, you're looking older, son.
Don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Suppose we all will eventually.
We all will. I see that the past couple of days is, you were not immune to what has happened these past couple of days, but you've held up well.
Thank you. I just came to let you know we're about to leave town. Gonna be in Belteril. Try and find out more about this dragon cult.
I had a feeling that your time here in Greenest was coming to an end. It seems that the goddess has more uses for you than just a small town chapel.
I sure hope so. I hope that's why I'm still here.
Terrence, I expect you are going to be a very important voice and a very important hand in the great garden of life that is Chantia's that you will face now. So, remember, the fields must be tilled, but also they must be left to have things grow. And know that there's always the farmhouse to sleep in after you're done working for the day. You'll always have a place here in Greenest, Terrence. But I expect the fields need sowing in farther fields than here. So you go and you face this destiny the goddess has laid before you. I expect it is a great one.
Thank you. I'll be back. I don't know when, but I'll be back.
And we'll be glad to have you back when you are. Keep that shield close. Your father will be very proud of you.
I hug him.
And he gives you a good hug. And before you go, he says, pray with me before you go. And he'll bring you before the altar, and the two of you will sort of kneel as you have done, perhaps most mornings, before the day started, where you and he would kneel before the altar of Chantia. And you would say, would you like to lead us in prayer, or shall I?
Take this one.
All right. He sits, and he sort of sits quietly before the temple or before the altar of Chantia. Trying to see if the internet's gonna provide me a cheat. No, it's not. He says, Great Mother, the grain goddess, she who created our world in the wake of light and fire, he who brings our crops and our bellies full fields in warmth and food. You give us sustenance and life that we might provide our services throughout the day. For if we have no fuel, if we have no roots or foundations, how can we provide anything in this world? Give Terence the strength to move forward with his destiny. May he remember his roots, his father, myself, and the town of Greenest, that its wisdom that has provided him through his life might bring him out into the world, and he may carry forth with the wisdom and strength that has been brought to him from his roots. May it give him the energy and endurance to face the challenges to come, and may he never find himself with an empty belly. And he will not say amen, because that's not how this works.
Right. Something different.
He'll say,
May the light guide you.
Yeah.
And so it is said.
And so it is said. I like that.
This is the way.
Guardian of the wilds and deeps, keep Terence safe. And he'll rise from the altar, and he'll give you a last hug. And he will say, now off you go. Go make this world a better place. Bring the word of Chontia to those whose hope is dimming.
It'll be a privilege. Thank you again.
I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of you. Off you go. Get out of here.
I leave.
All right. And he stifles a little bit of a, he tries to remain stern in that moment, but he leaves. You're sort of one of his only disciples here, his most proud one. He lets you go. You rejoin the others. You may all find your way to your horses.
Do they all have individual names and personalities?
Maybe.
Oh,
We will see.
Star's gonna not have a good day.
As you all approach, you will see a couple of folks have come out. Chivalry is there, sort of just like tending the horses a little bit, just keeping an eye on them. You see Castellian Escabert the Red, and Endian Falcon Moon. Oh, nope, he was just over there, so he's not here. He was going to come, but he saw Terence beforehand. But Governor Nighthill is here, and though not fully present, the Furbolgs are a little off to the side that you arrived with, Aoife. But Escabert the Red and Governor Nighthill will approach. You'll say, Governor Nighthill will say, Heroes of Greenest, it's good to see you all together and back and alive and successful. Congratulations on your success. You're off to Elturel then, finally.
Yeah, I believe so.
Well, on behalf of all of Greenest, for those of you local and afar, we all owe you much of our lives. And if there's ever anything Greenest could do, you need only return and know that each and every one of you has a place here in Greenest. But I expect your journeys take you to Elturel now, so with great delight and with great respect, I say fare thee well, and yes, please enjoy the horses that have been left for you by Master Elithorn. Costs paid for.
Thank you.
Yay, horses!
Thank you, Governor. And you too, Castellian.
Would the governor of or whoever it was giving us the gold for doing the scouting? I think there was a reward for that.
Yeah, Governor Nighthill provides you the initial scouting reward. Leosin was the one who was providing you the contract for actually infiltrating the hatchery.
Okay.
So you have to go to Elturel to get your payment.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much was the initial?
Oh, that was paid to you guys long ago. If you don't have it right
okay.
now, then yeah, that was paid to you long ago.
Cool.
Yeah. The Castellian says, these look to be fine horses. I expect you should be able to make the 200-mile journey from here to El Terrell in about 6 days. The horses, if you treat them well enough, should be alright, good. And, like the governor said, have a good trip. Maybe we'll see you again if you decide to settle down somewhere. But Greenest can always use someone with your kinds of strength around here, but got your own affairs to tend to. So get out of here and we'll rebuild. Hopefully, Terrence, when you return one day, will look a lot better than you left it.
Let's hope so.
Ciela will give one of these kinds of handshakes when it was fist grab. Yeah.
What's the matter, Ciela? Your sin got you pushing too many pencils?
You son of a bitch.
You son of a bitch. Yeah, he hits you with one of those. He's got a big, meaty dwarf hand. And he goes, all right, well, and he'll say something in Dwarvish, which is like the Dwarvish, goodbye, I made a stone under your feet be strong in Dwarvish.
A dwarvish goodbye.
Yeah, the Dwarvish goodbye. I don't.
That's
I've
not
looked
leaving
over the
without telling
internet.
anybody.
Oh shit! I've looked all over the internet for like little phrases and stuff. It's hard to find. But he says something along those lines in Dwarvish.
And Star understands that because he speaks Dwarvish.
And he goes, right, well, I've got work to do, so goodbye. And he'll just kind of walk away.
Bye-bye.
The governor says, don't mind him, he was never good at goodbyes. But yes, please, let's take a look at your horses, by all means. So yeah, there's a bunch of horses there. If you guys want to, we can do this. We can go through the horses.
I mean, Aoife's gonna go. Earbolgs can have the thing where they can talk to animals.
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
have
you
that.
can you can generally understand what beasts are meaning to say.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just go like introduce myself, and we're just gonna chat. Like, hey, listen, we're gonna be working together, and we're excited to be working with you. And y'all just let me know if there's anything that you need. I'll be the one taking care of you.
Make a animal handling or persuasion check, your choice.
Oh, that will be animal handling.
An 11?
I said no, that will be animal handling.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh, she's not
You want out?
she's not charismatic. That is 13, 16.
16? You go over and say this to the horse, and it kind of sort of like nods at you a bit.
Star's gonna be that weirdo, just goes running up to the horse, going like, yes, 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 a horse, a horse. He's probably gonna grab someone that's way too tall, and he's like 4.5 feet. So he's
You go to the one that is clearly meant for either Shroud or Aoife, and you're like, make an animal handling check to mount up.
Oh, this is
Make sure the horse doesn't spook and hit you or kick you either.
He's not smart. He's really not smart because I just rolled a 3 plus 1, which is 4.
Oh fuck. Okay. Hold up. You grab onto it, and you're pretty acrobatic, so you start to like fit yourself, and you get like basically your stomach on the saddle, and the horse just kind of like rears back, and you fumble off the back, and you shoot up, and you go to walk around it, and it just back horse kicks you, and you just go across the ground. There's a 14 hit.
Oh god damn it. All right, 14 to hit.
I don't think it does.
I don't think it does either. There's a 14 hit.
Oh wait, 14? No, it doesn't.
No, so we're gonna say that it hits you like square in the middle of the chest where your armor is thickest, so you don't take damage, but you still go oof, and just like get knocked back about 3 feet, and you're like, as you like try and get breath in your lungs, but you don't take any damage.
Star. You can't just run up to a horse like that. You'll spook them.
Sure. but horse.
Maybe a smaller horse? I don't know. Something you can actually mount?
All right, fine. I want the big horse. Okay.
Aoife's walking around with this like big. What color is your horse, Aoife?
It's a gray roan.
Okay, awesome. There's this. So you're like, okay, it's a horse. And you're trying to like, and Ciel's trying to talk you through it, and you guys see that like Aoife's already walking around, not even holding the bit and bridle, and the horse is just like walking after Aoife.
Shroud's horse should be pale horse.
Yeah, sure.
Why is there an albino Clydesdale?
That just stares at Shrouds with its like red eyes.
Yeah, I think I'll just take the normal horse, the most normal horse.
You go up to this just sort of dark brown, like fairly average sized horse. Yeah.
Here, I'll cast Speak with Animals.
All right.
Nice.
He goes, hello, Terrence. How are you?
Oh, you know my name.
Oh, yes. I just heard the whole conversation out there, I did.
So, do you know where we're heading? You're going to be assisting us in our travels to El Terrell.
Make a persuasion or animal handling check your choice.
Okay, good. You're going to give me persuasion with the horse.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're talking to it, so.
Yeah, that's 12.
A 12. He says, well, I was born and broken to serve, and if I'm going to serve anyone, it might be someone as normal as me. I mean, at least, not to say you're normal, because you're not. Look at you, you're all shiny for some reason.
It's perfectly fine.
But I mean, amongst the strange creatures you have with you, I suppose you'd be the most normal. Well, technically the most different, because they're all strange, and you're the only one that's normal. So technically you're the most unique amongst them.
Damn, Terrence just got read to filth by a horse.
You too. You
Racist horse.
You know what? I think we're perfect for one another, aren't we?
Yeah, do you have a name?
I had a name, but it keeps changing every time someone new takes my reins. So is that normal? Is that how it's supposed to work?
No. You can pick your own.
I can pick my own name.
Yes.
He starts looking around. He looks over at the stones, at like the big rock beside him. He goes, call me Stone.
Stone.
Yeah, I want to be called Stone.
Then so it shall be. Stone.
All of you hear the horse go, sort of like happily. But Terrence hears, oh boy!
You know in Shrek when he's like, that's a nice boulder.
That's a nice boulder.
That's a nice boulder.
He says, well, no time like the presents there, chap. Hop aboard.
Sure thing. I'll hop up.
All right, you mount it. I feel like no, okay, obviously it's supposed to
That's
be
not a pony.
I know, god damn.
All
right.
Rod's horse.
Terrence is already mounted up.
All right, Ciela's gonna go up to a horse and take the glove off and pull the mask down and offer a hand like this so it can smell.
Are you using your primeval awareness ability to speak with beasts?
Yes.
All right, I'm just gonna go look up the details of that.
Star's just gonna keep trying to get onto any other horse. It's not going well.
Okay.
You have to open up Ranger Revised.
Innate ability to communicate with beasts. They recognize you as a kindred spirit. So Ciela, make me a animal handling check at advantage. I'll just give you advantage because they think you're a kindred spirit.
That would be an 18. 13 plus 5.
Which horse do you approach? What's your horse look like? What's their deal?
My horse is a gray with black speckled horse.
Gray with black speckled horse. You walk up to this gray with black speckled horse. You sort of remove the mask from your face. You take your glove out, put your hand forward, and sort of channel the primeval powers around you, but not of the land themselves, like you had been using to sort of track beings from here and far as a hunter would. But you use it to connect with this beast that is right before you. And it sort of immediately like turns its head to you and sort of approaches you cautiously and sort of sniffs your hand. And it sort of pushes its hand. That's my whole face. It pushes its snout, the end of its mouth, into your hand, and you begin to sort of like scratch its head and move along its neck, and
I'm gonna
very
go like
quickly,
the mouth, like the teeth, the lips,
and to sort of at you, and very quickly you find yourself quicker than Aoife even, who's like the horse is following him around because it's like, oh, this person can talk to me. That's kind of interesting. Even faster than Aoife, you're just immediately formed like a kindred connection with this creature, and a bond is already formed.
Yep. So I'll mount the horse and give the neck a nice hearty pat. Hold the mask up, put the glove on.
Absolutely. You mount up, no issue from the horse, and immediately it's just like that. You guys are, yeah, good to go. Star, make another animal handling check. Bail. No, I'm kidding.
We got 13 this time.
There we go. You're like, you listen to Ciela, and Ciela's like, you got it, you're gonna spook the horse. When you see Ciela and Aoife doing their things, you go up to this horse and you're like, hi, horse. Okay, I'm getting on you now. And like, this horse is apparently a little more placid than the rest of them, and you just like hop aboard, and it sort of stumbles around a little bit uncomfortably, and you're kind of like struggling to kind of get control of it because of how quick you mounted, but it quickly calms down and you're able to maintain control of it. What does your horse look like?
It's it's a black horse with white tips.
All right. I thought you said white tits for a second. I was like, whoa!
That's a mare.
Yeah. No, with white tips. Yeah, and you mount up on this horse. Very nice. Shroud, what is this looking like?
Well, they definitely are not unfamiliar with horses, just given their background. So I think they would approach like the one that is, I guess, available for them. And they're gonna mimic what Ciela did, because again, like they've bonded now with them and Terrence. So I think like again, that's very much like what they're becoming accustomed to, is like mimicking to practice like what they think should be done. So they're gonna take down their hood, which would be the first time that's happened. And they're gonna put their big metal hand in the horse's face, not aggressively, but like Ciela did, to like let the horse like smell them, because that's what they saw them do.
All right. Are you proficient with, and I will say anyone who has proficiency with land vehicles will it helps here. Okay, well you're already good, Ciela. You're already like best friends with your horse. Don't worry about it. What about you, Shroud?
I don't think I am. I can check my background, but I don't think I am. Let me.
It should be in your tools. It would be in your tools piece there.
Look.
But you can make me an animal handling. Yeah, no problem. Make me an animal handling.
Yes. Okay. Let's see here. +1. 16.
16. The horse sniffs your hand. And the same thing happens that has happened to you before, where the horse has been a little spooked. It sniffs your hand and just kind of like, just sort of like backs up. And for whatever reason, this has always kind of happened when you're a horse. You perhaps suspect you know why, because you don't quite smell like anything else that is taken as a rider. Right. But nonetheless, you persist, and it gets accustomed to the scent. You persist passively without aggression. And eventually it sort of gets used to your scent, and you wait till it's good with your scent before mounting it. It takes longer, but it's not about how long it takes. It's about doing it the right way. So you wait and do it the right way. You wait till it's calm with your scent until you can put a hand on it without it being troubled. And then you mount up. And it is a, what does it look like?
I think the party said it has to be like a really light horse. So yeah, it'll be like white.
Yeah, we'll say that this is like a giant, like, it's not quite a war horse, because it's not. But it is a big, stocky, long-legged, albino, red-eyed horse, and it is terrifying.
Yep. Yeah.
It is about as terrifying as you.
Exactly. And I think they would like know to be like not say surprisingly tender, but like, because again, like horses are not unfamiliar to them, I think they would understand like carrying firmness like on the reins and stuff to try and like gain its like comfortability like when it's mounting.
Yeah, it's
Again,
also
with, like,
established master.
yeah.
Yeah. I will also say for the party, this is the first time we've seen Shroud without a hood, and I would imagine there's no neck. It's just metal. And at this point, I think some people are starting to get the picture here that there's something not quite humanoid about
What
this
do you mean by
individual.
there's no neck?
Like,
Yeah,
there's no flesh. There's no flesh.
yeah,
It's
like
just,
you guys are looking
yeah,
at this
metal.
individual and you've been like, okay, this is a very like interesting suit of armor, surprisingly like thin, but chain draped over it. The glowing eyes could have been some enchantment, and all of you could have been building your justifications. But the one thing that's in common with most armor sets is like you can see the neck, like the plate mask usually extends down to guard the neck, and then the neck is there. But like you'd probably just see like just sort of metal rods, and like it's very clear that it's not humanoid, you
Can I
know.
roll a check to see if I understand what Shroud is?
Make an arcana check.
Arcana check. Ooh, yeah.
Because
That
this
is a
because you have never seen anything like this in
14
nature.
minus 1, 13.
13. You have perhaps heard legends and rumors of suits of armor that animate themselves, but this could be that, but you're not so sure.
Okay.
Because this is more than a suit of armor. It's
It's
filled
sentient.
with stuff. Yeah, it's sentient and it has stuff inside of it, like under the armor. So you don't really know what's going on here entirely, but you can hazard a guess. There might be some animated
Ciela
armor, maybe.
comes to the conclusion that Shroud is Shroud. And that's that.
Shroud is Shroud's own beast.
Yes.
Okay. With that, everybody has themselves a horse. Ayala, you can certainly mount up if you wish. At this point, I've already done it for you, Ciela, so you can refresh. I just wanted to be sure. I just wanted to check things out for myself, so you can refresh. It's already there. But I'd like everybody to add a riding horse to their inventory. It will be treated as like inventory space. Don't click the button, or else it'll be added to your carrying capacity. You don't want that, because the horse is carrying its own carrying capacity. Into that inventory slot, add a riding saddle, a bit and bridle, and 6 days of feed. I can review that again if anybody requires.
Yes, please.
Yep. So just add to your inventory as if it were an item, a riding horse. And once you've done that, you can fill the riding horse inventory with a riding saddle, 6 days of feed, and a bit and bridle. If anyone's struggling with that, I'm happy to do it for them. Make sure to not equip the riding horse's inventory because you don't want to be carrying a riding horse's weight. It's very heavy, even for you, Ipa.
Did you imagine walking into town carrying your horse on your back?
I was
Everyone be
curious.
like,
480,
shit.
480 pounds.
Okay. So
It was the least I could do.
Saddle.
Yeah, it's the least I could do.
So saddle brittle.
It's a single item called bit and brittle, and that represents like the reins and harness, essentially.
Okay.
So bit and brittle,
Yep.
and a riding saddle,
Got that.
and 6 days worth of feed.
Oh, God damn it. Feed. Feed. There we go. Just gotta add more feed. 1, 2. Ah. Computer's being slow. Okay. And done.
Awesome. There we go. I'm just gonna double check. Aoife, I
shit,
think I'm just
forgot to take my
gonna
extra spells.
I'm gonna add a custom item to your bag, and that is a black dragon egg,
Yeah.
just to help with inventory management for weight and whatnot. There you are. It be heavy. It weigh much. Yeah, but all of your horses should be able to carry you along with their speed. Okay. Does anybody else need aid with the inventory, with the riding horse and all of that? Also, as a note, you can all add your horse in the extras tab as a mount if you want the stat block available for you on the thing. If you go into the extras tab and add it a riding horse as a mount, you get their stat block if you care to.
Yeah, give me those horse stats.
Yeah. That 60 feet worth of speed. Okay, everybody
Do
good?
they get a bite? You gotta tell me they get a bite.
No, but they got hooves.
A
They
trample.
fast as fuck, boy. They fast as fuck, boy. Okay then. Alrighty then. With yourselves all mounted up, Governor Knight Hill looks at you all mounted and says, "All right. Good luck, heroes of Greenest. Don't let anyone forget your names. You deserve to be remembered. Remember, you're always welcome back in Greenest. Good luck. Good luck on your travels." And he sends you on your way as you all... as you go, all of you will see various people sort of waving goodbye. Maybe these small children sort of chasing after you as your horses make your way down the street. They kind of like almost skip and dance after you all. Heroes sort of leaving Greenest behind. Aoife, you will see the 3 big furbolgs you came with from home sort of on the side of the road near the temple. Sort of give you a wave. No words really need be shared. Understanding is probably had. And they continue going back to their work. But all of you are waved goodbye in celebration. Happiness is had as the heroes of Greenest make their way onward to greater pastures. Some people look with nervousness that these great defenders are leaving them behind, but most seem to smile and wave with deep appreciation for the heroes who saved their lives the many nights before.
Yeah, I was gonna point out to people that learned archery with her. And you remember how to use that bow, you're good.
Oh, we won't forget.
Like, Norman, keep your elbow up.
Right, I keep my elbow up. Keep my elbow up. Try and do better. They're like, don't worry about the thing. You've shown us great. We'll make sure to defend Greenest. You got our word for it.
Good. We'll drink beers when we get back.
Oh, don't worry. We'll be even better. We'll be crack shots by the time you're back. Yeah, William Tell is from this village, by the way. As of Ciella's aid. Man,
I'm just below the apple.
I'm trying to find a good, like, hero music sound as you guys are fucking off. Maybe this one.
Just play that ominous wind from the graveyard.
Yeah, ominous wind. Let's go.
Foreboding.
This is like a
I'm
German
sitting here
fairy
thinking
tale.
like the theme to the Black Pearl.
Ooh, what's that one?
The Pirates of the Caribbean movie?
Yes. Something
pretty good.
ridiculous. Something ridiculous.
Yeah, you guys all set off. People celebrate and laugh and wave. Okay, the music's okay. And you all make your way down the road, bopping along. I would say especially for Ciella and Shroud, as this party of 5 makes their way down the road, Chivalry waving by himself, electing to stay behind and keep an eye on the village. You look behind you at Greenest. No more smoke rising. A ruined village, but it was a little more than a week ago that you guys ran wholeheartedly into this village to protect it. Smoke rising, a blue dragon flying overhead, and a veritable army charging in. And now you leave it behind a little safer than it was before. You leave this village of Greenest behind for greater adventures and greener, but perhaps slightly more dangerous pastures than before. Okay, this music fucking sucks. I'm sorry, guys.
Also,
I had the problem is that my mods aren't working, and that has my good music basically. So I don't know what to say. Okay. What's up?
we really need to come up with a group name.
I thought we did. I thought
Dragon Slayers.
Are
Are
we
we
Dragonsbane?
Dragonsbane.
You have to declare it. You have to
Was that
declare it
not
to
it?
somebody in game to make it official. You gotta be like, "We are Dragonsbane," and then it's official.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you're on the way out, and they're like, "The heroes of Greenest, the heroes of Greenest." What is somebody? What is?
I'll just say Star says that. 'Cause Star's like, hey, no, wait, we're not Heroes of Greenest, we're Dragonsbane.
Actually, I am
What?
the hero.
No,
of
let
Greenest.
Terrence do it. Let Terrence do it.
They go, and then suddenly, like, it goes from like the heroes of Greenest, the heroes of Greenest. It goes the Dragonsbane, oh, the Dragonsbane, okay, dragons. Oh, that's actually really cool. And immediately they're like, Dragonsbane, Dragonsbane. The hero group, formerly known as the Heroes of Greenest, and still are the Heroes of Greenest, are now known as the Dragonsbane Adventuring Party. And you shepherd on into the vast wilds that lay before to make your way to the city of El Terrell.
Muddy Road?
Yep, Muddy Road's probably the way to go. I'm just getting that nature trail. Give me that forest day. Yeah, let's do Muddy Road. Come on, where are you? There we go. All right, you don't have donkeys. Who needs donkeys? Get out of here, donkeys. When you have saddlebags, goddamn. That's one too many horses. So, with that, delete chivalry. Delete Escobert. Because we're not coming back.
And they were never seen again.
And they were never seen again. Little did the party know, Greenest was deleted from the world map the moment they left. And now we have ourselves a wonderful sort of, Baldur's Gate camp. Fun fact, you guys are pretty close. Like where you guys are traveling right now isn't far from where the setting of Baldur's Gate 3 takes place. Like the wilds to the east of Baldur's Gate, you guys are pretty damn close.
There aren't any crashed mind flare ships in the area, are there?
No nautiloids as far as you. What's that? No, I'm kidding. Nope, no
It's on the
nautiloids.
encounter table.
On the encounter table. This is actually several decades before the events of Baldur's Gate 3, but they will transpire here. But you guys made it first. You got heroes and adventuring to do first. So you find yourselves traveling along the long road to El Terrell. It's 6 days to get there, starting now. Travel on horseback. Let's see if there's any random encounters on your way. Wait, I don't have to use this. I've got my actual books. Guys, I've got my actual books. I also will say, everybody add if they don't already have it, make sure you have at least 5 rations in your pack, because you guys would have 8 for today. Today counting as 1 day.
We also have good berries.
We also have good berries, but you could have supplied, and they would have supplied you before
Nice.
leaving. So make sure you have at least 5 rations each of you in your inventory, except Shroud. We don't care about Shroud. Because Shroud doesn't eat. Shroud don't need food.
Just eating because I'm bored.
I eat because I'm bored.
I eat to match others.
I want.
Can you imagine if they tried to like
in.
mimic eating and they just like shove things in their face?
Oh my god.
Oh, that's the wrong map.
It's a
Hey,
giant.
let's go to the Sword Coast map and take a look at where you guys are and where you're going. Let's go down. Oh, this is already it. So, you guys Where are you? There we are. Whoops. Come on, map. There we are. So this is where you guys are. Greenest. And you guys are going to be heading up along the river all the way up to you're just going to follow the river all the way up to El Terrell. So you're basically going to do like a boop, 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 all the way into El Terrell, just like that. Well, you'll cross the river actually, but nonetheless, 6 days to get there, just as a fun fact. And then we'll go back to over there. Incredible. So, you are told where to go. You have a ranger to guide you, but there is a road that will take you to where you need to go. You will be traveling along the river Kionthar, and your route will take you all the way from Greenest up to El Terrell. So today, as you travel, you're going to be following along the Green Road, and it's going to be excellent weather today. It's going to be warm and sunny, and nice. Certainly not the conditions for your egg. There's nothing to worry about there. It's not nearly humid enough to support your egg. But nonetheless, you guys will begin to travel, and it'll be a fairly peaceful ride north as you leave green fields, the vast farmland behind. And as for you, Terrence, in a full Samwise moment, if I take another step, I'll never be further away from home than I am now, sort of situation. As I imagine, you probably haven't left this far outside of Greenest before.
No, I haven't. Every step I take is the furthest I've ever been.
Exactly. There you go. So, as you travel along today, it's not going to be a particularly dangerous day. You ride at the 60-foot trotting pace of your horses. Is there anything anyone would like to talk about, do, remark upon on their travels? You've had a pretty incredible, traumatic couple of days. And even when you were traveling through unknown lands where dragon cultists could be waiting at any turn. But here you are, just along the main road. Things are a little more peaceful.
All right. Well, I would like to just check my character sheet.
Did I just say that Star's been writing notes in a book and is just making a record of things of what's going on until, like just making minor notes in his little book that and trying to stay away from everyone while he's writing these notes.
You find yourself sort of trotting, but at the back of the line, and you pull a book out from your pack and do a little scribbling. Yeah. It would be very noticeable, but nobody would be able to see what is being wrote.
Okay. Also, he's gonna, after he finishes his note, he's gonna try to go up to Shroud again and then be like, "So, buddy, how you feeling today?" Keep trying.
Shroud's like, they'll look at them, but they just won't receive that. They'll just turn and acknowledge their presence and then just turn back and be hyper focused on the road ahead.
And Star just goes yeah. Just walks away.
Bill's just gonna keep an eye open just for the terrain, anything in the horizon, any possible traps on the road ahead, just rangery stuff.
Absolutely, a little hyper focused perhaps.
Yeah.
And this is sort of that's the way to survive out here, is to keep a close eye on the surroundings, the horizon, so on and forth. You can even throw up a couple of primeval awarenesses as you travel along, just to make sure. And and you might catch it's the road, people travel here and there. You'll pass some people on the road, but just maybe the occasional hermit making his way along, or maybe even a small merchant caravan or such and such.
Merchant.
Probably only it's empty. There's nothing in the cart. Don't worry about it. They've already dropped off their car. Point being is that the road will have people on it here and there, but no one of danger or consequence. Yeah.
After a few hours, I was gonna just recommend maybe we let the horses rest and graze a little, because we're not in a major hurry or anything. So, take a little break.
Yeah. Yeah, and you guys
Not
will
all
do
of
that
us,
throughout
not
the
all of
day.
us are used to riding horses, and will no doubtly be a little bow-legged.
Yeah, some people might find themselves, those of you who are not very experienced with horses and aren't robots,
Yeah.
might find that, yeah, they're starting to chafe and feel uncomfortable on horseback. Those of you who are unexperienced with horses, perhaps Terrence, perhaps Aoife, perhaps Star, depending on your experience levels. I imagine, Ciela, you've probably rode your fair share of beasts here and there. But yeah.
Have I ever? No kidding.
Have I ever? All right. But yeah, your first day goes by without a hitch. And yes, because the 8-hour travel day represents like actual on the road traveling and not the breaks and stops, which definitely happen. Because you gotta eat. It's important to eat. And
Yep, and
go to the
she'd make a
bathroom.
point to stop in places with tall grass, so we don't have to expend the horse feed, if necessary.
Mhm. Well, unfortunately, just due to mechanics, you will have to.
You will? Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Sorry. But they'll graze a little bit, but these aren't exactly grazing lands. These are just kind of normal grasslands, unfortunately.
Feed is packed with nutrients essential to a growing horse.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe don't need that.
I'll tell you what, Ciela. I feel like it's valid because I've looked up the rules. I'm like, don't horses just fucking graze? Like, why do they need so much goddamn feed? So Ciela, as they're traveling along, these are grasslands. Make me a survival check to see if you can find lands suitable for grazing.
That would be 19.
19. You guys are traveling along today, and maybe you take an hour or two to stop at Ciela's behest as you guys kind of go a little off trail and into the wider field, and find some very tall grass and give your horses the opportunity to feed. So I will say today, you will not have to you will not have to mark off the feed if you do not wish to. But you will have. Oh, you also won't have to mark off your rations because you've already ate today, so it all works out. Okay. Is there anything else anyone wants to do today as they ride on the horseback? Is there anything? Is it just a very small, talky, silent kind of ride, or is there anything anyone wants to talk about? Or
Did anybody talk to
do?
their horses when they ride? I can see Star bargaining with his horse.
Yes, I can see him bargaining. He's kind of like, so horse,
Named your horse.
yes, I named him horse. So horse, could you maybe like walk slower, like so I can write better? Like you're making this very difficult. Like trying to write and you keep hopping. Can we have an understanding here, or it's just ignores him?
I believe it's a gallop.
If you want, and you're like bargaining with your horse, perhaps just socializing for the sake of socializing. Because really, you recognize at a certain point, you're like, oh yeah, it's me who controls the horse. So then you like slow it down so you can write, and then your friends are like a quarter mile ahead of you, and you're like, okay, and you like catch back up.
Yeah, Sora's not smart. I'm just gonna keep intriguing. Oh no.
All right. Okay. There's nothing else that anybody wants to do today. You will have grazed with your horses. You will have all had a hearty breakfast this morning as you left Greenest. At the end of the day, and at the end of the day, you will be able to stop, find yourself some rest, and tie off your horses and get yourself some sleep. All of you can take watches, but luckily there won't be any encounters tonight, so we don't have to worry about watches and perceptions and things like that. So, you all sleep or power down briefly. You rise with the morning sun, can remount and move on to day 2. Getting ever
Can I
closer
look around? Can I forage for breakfast?
Yeah. If you want to go hunting for breakfast, you wake up before everybody else.
And I find twice as
Um,
much food as I normally would.
All right. Well, let's see if you find if you can multiply anything by more than 0. Go ahead and so I do survive roll. You have multi-attack. So here's what I'm going to do. This is for finding the creature. You're proficient in humanoids, and I assume you're not hunting humanoids, so
No.
your skills will not help you here.
That's fine.
But you can roll me a survival check to see what kind of game you run into.
Okay. 24.
24. Excellent. Give me a second. I'm going to find out what creature you run into.
Oh, wait a minute. Here, I'm preparing my spells for the day.
Yeah, prepare your spells.
Create food and water.
Yeah.
Don't use a spell slot if you don't have to, though.
You don't want me to bust out a third level spell slot for 45 pounds of food and 30 gallons of water?
No.
You go looking around, and you happen upon a rather large but unaware snake. It's a rather large, almost not quite boa constrictor size, but fairly large, considered like a giant variant of the species, but it is a poisonous snake. Not
boy.
only can you slay it for food, but for poison.
Ooh.
So if you want to try and slay the beast, go ahead and make me a stealth check. You have multi-attacks, you're going to get 2 shots, so go ahead and make it at advantage.
So the first roll is a 14.
Okay.
The second roll is a 1. I'll take the 14.
You shoot with your
Oh,
14?
and it's a plus plus 9.
That's your bonus?
Yeah.
Very nice. You sneak up as quiet as can be. You wait for your prey to be ready. You fire off your shot, and it hits its mark perfectly. You shoot it, and the snake sort of and try to like slithers away a little bit, but then kind of stops moving after a very, very brief sort of rigor mortis sort of death throw, trying to get away. But you're too far away for it to attack, and it's too weak to run too far, and you have captured and slain the beast. Do you have proficiency with Poisoner's Kit? Do you have a Poisoner's Kit, or at least
don't.
vials?
I don't. Does our rogue?
If you bring it back to camp, you can certainly...
Yeah, I'm going to bring it back to camp.
All right, you bring back the schnick to camp.
Sniggity snack.
And if you ask the rogue a star... Star!
Star!
Sorry, my brain
No
died.
problem.
I heard my name. What am I doing?
Yeah, can you harvest the poison from this snake?
Oh, yeah, sure. That would be great. I can put them on my knives. Yes.
Do you have a kit?
Do you have proficiency with the Poisoner's Kit?
That, no.
Really?
I don't think so. Let's see here. Tools, carpenter tools, disguise kit, poison. Oh, I do have a poison. Tools is poisoner's kit. So yes, but do I have it in my inventory?
All right, let me know.
Probably not. That is a no.
Yeah, that is a very illegal thing. Do you have vials for any reason? Do you have any toolkits whatsoever in your inventory?
I have an oil flask. I have a pigeon. So no. What the heck?
All right, I'm gonna go.
Cure my water and use your water skin. I just don't drink it by accident.
No, dog. All right, let's take a look. I'm gonna just go quickly sneak into your sheet here and take a look for myself.
Yeah.
Disguise kit. You have a flask. Yeah, you don't have any like you have the skill, like you know how to as proficient with the poisoner's kit, you know how it works. You just don't have any equipment to hold it with or to obtain it with.
Yeah. I don't know how this happened. I'm not smart.
Can Star just coat his weapons in it while it's here and use it once?
You can, but the poison's probably going to dry and wear off within the hour.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. Then
I'll
it's
do
not
it anyway
worth
because you never know what's going to hit us.
Well, okay, that sounds like an idea. We don't know if we're gonna get hurt, so sure. What do I have to do?
Well, there's not. You need something to carry it to. You need a vial. You need at least a vial if you want to try and get it out, but you don't. And
You
then
can
so,
just
like,
bring this.
Okay,
It's a snake you have.
Yeah.
Just bring the snake. That's your vial.
you could bring the snake. I will tell you what. Whoever and why don't you do it, Ciela, because you intended to hunt, like skin it and everything. Make me a nature check to see what you know about this creature's parts and how best to obtain it.
Natural 20.
Hey, you're aware that the poison will keep inside of the snake's corpse for about 14 days. And you're only 5 days from El Terrell. So you guys could, as Taryn said, bring the snake, Star could go and buy a poisoner's kit or whatever, and then obtain the poison from within the snake.
Okay.
You can also, if you wanted to personally, Ciela, take the poisonous snake skin from it, and you could use it later on to craft boots, belts, other apparel, even have someone craft it into leather armor.
Sounds good. We'll keep all the pieces.
All right, make me a survival check to skin it and make meat out of it.
Oh my god. Another natural 20.
Hey, but you're leaving the venom inside the snake, but you're able to skin it. So you can add to your inventory giant poisonous snake skin. It weighs only a pound. It's worth 6 gold pieces, and you can have it made into various apparel. You're also going to get 7 pieces of meat from it, which will be
Nice.
enough to feed the party for the day. So nobody has to buy rations today. Or nobody has to eat rations for the day. You can all have campfire cooked snake, which is not the best, but it fills your belly.
Tastes like chicken. Eat it up.
It's fair. Fair. Okay, with that, you can just sort of like chop the head off of the snake and sort of tie it to the side of your horse and bring it to town with you. Yeah, you're all fed for the day, and you can head out. You can also feed your horses while you're doing all of this if you want to in the morning. Just get that out of the way.
Yeah.
So whoever wants to can mark off 1 feed from their inventory so their horses are fed for the day. Okay. That, you saddle up, get on your horses this morning, go riding down the road. Is there anything anyone would like to do or say or think or whistle about as they travel?
Ciela's just gonna idly talk to her horse while she's keeping an eye on everything.
Okay.
Just
Sorry.
to strengthen that bond. Not gonna give the horse a name.
Okay.
Just gonna respect the horse as a horse.
Sure. You, yeah.
Dar's gonna try to play a game with everyone. He's gonna be like, "Hey guys, let's play the what's that game that you have to like guess what that item is?" And
That's fine.
I yeah, he's gonna try to play
I feel
that
like with
game
stars would play
everyone.
I Spy and keep picking the same thing though.
I
Damn,
spy
okay.
something blue. Is it the sky? Yes. Okay.
Get out of my
I
head!
spy something blue. Is it the sky? Yes.
Exactly.
So
So
like enthusiastic every time.
Yes.
So I have a DM question for like when like we have downtime or like when the party is resting, because obviously Shroud has fiddled with this loot a few times. If they wanted to work towards being proficient in playing the lute, And you don't have to answer this question now if you need to like look it up. Is there like a certain amount of like number of hours like that they would have to like fiddle with it? Do they need to find somebody to teach them? How would that work?
Absolutely. I know all about that. It
Yes, grab
is
some books.
a required amount of downtime. You do require somebody who is proficient with the lute to train you how to play the lute.
Mm-hmm.
And it will take some time. In fact,
That's what I
it'll take
thought,
a couple
yeah.
of,
Okay.
it'll take a couple of weeks. What's your intelligence modifier?
Oh God, so bad. Let me see. Oh, it's just +0, so that's that's neither good nor bad.
Neither good nor bad. Okay. Training.
At least you're not as bad as Star. It's like -1 for intelligence.
So
Speaking how it works is that you need to find a trainer, so someone proficient with the lute. You need to pay them for all the weeks that they're helping, which is 25 gold pieces a work week.
Mm-hmm.
And as for what's this receiving training 10 work weeks. So that's going to be let's see here.
250 gold.
That's going to be 50 days.
Yeah, 250 gold and like you said 50 days. Okay.
250 gold, 50 days.
Okay.
Another DM question when you're done.
Yeah.
I didn't take all my spells before, so I added my last spell. And I guess I'd like to practice it to learn it better. I took Pass Without Trace.
Nice.
So just maybe running little drills with the party if they're willing to sneak quieter.
Yeah, you can talk to the party and show them what you've learned, and as you guys like, Ciela's like, okay, yeah, like watch this. And all you guys are like, and as you're just trotting along, there's suddenly like the sound of the horse's hooves trotting and their billowings and such. It all becomes incredibly muffled. And you like look under the horse's feet and you see like as their hooves are about to step down, the earth itself seems to almost become like sand or like just like soft soil, and it sort of sponges the hoof rather than a hard impact. And the wind just seems to sort of counter blow as like they snort and the air comes out. And it seems all of nature itself is working in tandem like a great orchestra to try and counter any sounds or any shadows or excessive movement. It very much even seems like the shadows of the trees themselves seem to almost follow you a little bit more than they should as you walk, as if all of nature has come together to try and hide Ciela and those she deems worthy.
I deem you all worthy.
And thus all of you are suddenly way stealthier as nature itself is on your side.
All right, I'll just mark that spell slot off.
Sure.
Sounds like I got it.
So you did. As a reminder, Ciela, some of those do have material costs, some of these spells.
This one has voice only. Oh no, that's Hunter's Mark. Yeah, Pass Without Trace has materials.
Yep. Much can be just obtained normally, and if you can find a druidic focus
ashes
or make
of a
yourself
burned
one.
leaf. Ashes of a burned leaf. That's mistletoe. Or sprig of spruce. Oh, sprig of spruce would be easy.
Yeah, that's mostly obtainable. Like as you're traveling, maybe that's why it took a while, because you've been trying to find it, and you sort of trot by one of these trees and you find a burnt leaf and sort of burn it with your tinderbox. But if you want, but if you want to, like, you can use a druidic focus to supplement those non-cost based material components.
Actually, can I use my spell, my new dragon pendant as my focus?
Let me look at the.
Because it's bone.
It's a totem. It's technically a totem, so yeah, I would say if you wanted to use that dragon pendant, that dragon totem as a druidic focus, yeah, it would function.
Cool.
So yeah, you don't need the non-cost one then. You don't need the burnt leaf. Okay. Is there anything else anyone would like to do? Any conversations that like to be had, or get to know one another as a party as you travel here down the road for hours and hours?
You don't want to hear Star forever, people.
Yep. Somebody talk before Star does.
Right, probably. Just try and keep it light.
Okay. All right. Terrence tries to make a little sort of,
Oh,
light
lovely,
conversation.
lovely weather.
Yeah, let me check the weather for today. It's not going to rain. It hasn't rained, but it is fairly cloudy today. The sun is not
Oh,
out. Shitty weather we're having today.
no, it's nice. Means
Yeah,
the
it's
rain's coming. Rain will.
Make the crops grow.
Yeah. I always love the rain.
You should have seen some of the storms we had to go against on the ocean. And I was on the boat. Just huge maelstroms.
You were a sailor.
Yeah. Long time.
Well, maybe
But
we'll find our way back over there.
maybe. Sure, I could wrestle us up a boat if we ever need one. Hmm. Long days. All sorts of interesting people that you meet, both on and off land. That's where I learned all my wonderful language.
Yeah, I really should have got out of town sooner. Wish it was under less horrible circumstances.
Yeah, I understand. Well, kind of. Leaving the boat was difficult, but because that was my home and I was always somewhere, but the boat was home.
Why'd you leave?
Pardon?
I asked, why'd you leave?
Oh, long story. Had a fight with my paw.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. It's okay.
You know if they're still around?
Well, I don't know. Maybe. Hopefully.
Yeah, I hope so too. That's all I got.
No, that's perfectly fine. Yeah. Yeah. The day continues on. The sky is dark, and the road is long, but you continue on your way. Nothing of great danger befalls you here on the long road. I would say at this point, you guys have definitely made your way up beside the river, where traveling just becomes incredibly easy at this point, where you just follow the river until you meet the bridge at the very end, cross it, and then continue on into Elturel. So you've officially left green fields behind. That wide expanse of farmland is now behind you.
Let me know whenever I can roll to check for survival for long grass.
To check for long rest?
Yeah, long grass.
Oh, long grass. Got you. Well, if you guys fed your horses this morning, they're not going to need it. I believe there was some interest there.
Fair enough. Can't harvest it, but yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to head over to the overview map because I just want to get some perspective on, what your trip looks like. Ha, nice. Yeah, so you guys are going to start following the river along. Cool, noted. So
I think we're ahead of schedule. Is that what you're basically saying?
oh, no, I'm just noting the different places you're going to pass on the way there. Okay, nothing happens on your journey today. You all settle into camp. At the end of the day, you can all settle in for a long rest. You may all take watches, and no need to organize all of that, because no random encounters will occur this evening, and you will all sleep peacefully and safely by the campfire.
What kind of night is it? Is it still cloudy?
Let's find out. It's a sunny day, or at least it's not a sunny day. As you come to the evening time, the clouds sort of make their way over, and you find yourself under a beautiful starlit sky. The moon, Selune, hanging over above, and the many, many hundreds and thousands of beautiful magical stars hang above in a clear sky.
I'm gonna point out some constellations and ways I used to navigate, just for conversation before everybody falls asleep.
Absolutely. It's also
Star
worth
is
noting-
very fascinated, and then eventually just starts snoring away and starts purring.
You will
Very
also note that it
similar.
is a deep crescent moon
Okay.
tonight. Yes. Fantastic. You all find your way to sleep. Peaceful rest is had. You all wake up the next morning. It is clouded over again today as you all awaken this morning. As if the moon itself parted the clouds for you, that you might see the mystery and beauty of the night sky. But as the day comes, the clouds return. You can all get on your horses and continue your travels down the way. And as you make your way down the road, you're going to see some ways away to your right, but certainly close enough that you can see or even go there if you wish to. You see a rather large city to your right. Sort of along the river, which Aoife, if you are with us. Nope, doesn't seem so.
I am.
Got it,
Nope.
taken care of.
Actually, I just sat down.
Oh, okay, excellent. As you guys are riding by, you do see the sorry, all the terminology for all of these different places. The river Korthar, Kionthar. The river Kionthar travels down and makes its way through a rather large walled city on the opposite side of the river, the city of Burdusk, which you would know to be Aoife, as you have been there a couple times. Lays to the right as you begin to continue to ride on by. And beyond that, as you would recognize, Aoife sort of.
Is that the city that she? Is that the city that she was at when she found out about? Well, all right.
Yeah, and way on the horizon beyond the city, which is actually quite close, despite the fact that it's on the opposite side of the river, you look way beyond on the horizon. You can just barely see the trees in the forested region that makes out your home.
I'll actually point that out to Sela.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that?
All the way over there. That's home.
Oh. You want to visit?
Maybe not now.
Well, I'm sure maybe we could find some supplies we might be looking for. Like maybe something so we can get the poison out of the snake. If it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, but we should go to our place here first, huh?
All right, let's do that.
Oh, no poison for Star. I mean, what?
There's poison. Don't worry, you're getting it. Yeah.
No, I just Star will start talking in third person.
So with that, you continue to ride on and you watch the city go by, Aoife, and similar to how Terrence had his own experience, sort of leaving home goodbye, you see this large city where you had your own sort of revelation. And beyond that, the reaching woods, its southern tip, sort of, you pass by it. But it's, it is a rather large forest. So it's going to be in your on your right side of your preferry for the next couple days, perhaps. And you watch that as you know your home is there, and perhaps leaving it behind for a greater destiny as well. Ironic, the two clerics, one of Sylvanas, one of Chantia, two sides of the coin of nature, both having to leave home goodbye to protect the wider world. Okay. I'm just gonna keep here, I think, actually, for travel, because it gives more perspective, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Gives a little bit more perspective to what your travel looks like.
So somebody picks a fight.
Somebody picks a fucking fight. Exactly.
And
So
it'll
all you
just
need
be
is
like
Shroud.
Final Fantasy.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, so you continue on. Nothing is going to befall you in your as you travel on down the road. Is there anything anyone would like to do or say or talk about or think about or at all as you travel to stay?
Seal's gonna do some hunting when they get to camp.
Okay, cool. We'll get to that in a second. Is
Yeah.
there anything else for anybody else?
Actually, during one of our stops, I'll probably find something to tie up into some string and make a little necklace with both my parents' wedding rings.
You absolutely can. You're out here in nature. Make me a survival check, I suppose.
Survival. It's 13.
13. Yeah. You find some sort of stringy bark or a couple of flowers or something sort of thatch based that you can sort of wind into a proper string, or maybe even something from someone's bag or refuse, whatever it may be, and create a nice little necklace, and you put your parents' wedding rings over it.
Tie that around my neck.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Is there anything else anyone would like to do on day 3?
I might have a way to help feed the horses. Another way.
Oh, maybe if you run out of food.
All right, I'll keep it handy.
Yeah.
Okay. There's nothing else. You all settle into camp that night. Nothing is going to be of issue as you settle into camp. Ciela, go ahead and make me a survival check to see if you can hunt some game out here in the grasslands.
That is a 15 plus 5, 20. Dirty 20.
All right. Okay, get ready.
Uh-oh.
You go hunting around for a little while. Go hunting around. You're gonna have plenty of time to do all of this because, you know, distribution. This doesn't even make sense. Okay, no, we're gonna do something a little bit more reasonable.
What was it?
It was you had found a huge size. I roll for the size of the creature you find,
Yeah.
and you had found a huge creature, which
Oh.
really is only dinosaurs and elephants. So I'm like, there's no elephants here. And I'm not gonna let you kill an elephant because they're my favorite.
Say a bear is big.
No, bear's large.
No, there's no huge. Huge size is like 20 feet tall. So there's no bears that big. There should be though. Honestly, that would be cool.
Or a duck.
Giant,
20-foot duck.
giant, a duck.
Yeah.
Just one.
Okay.
I saw a picture earlier on today.
You, my friend, are going to find some elk tracks.
Ooh,
You want to hunt the elk?
yeah, let's hunt the elk.
All right, you are aware the larger the game, the harder it is to hunt.
Yes,
Uh,
but I have
all
passed
right.
without trace.
You got past that trace. All right, let's give it a go. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I gotta. All right, stealth. Making your way
14 plus
through.
4, 18. And
For-
then pass
for
without
what?
trace as 10.
Is this your stealth check that you're rolling?
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta wait till I ask you
Oh,
for the
sorry.
roll. It's all good.
I
We'll
thought you
put it
did.
through. You get advantage.
Oh, okay.
Because it's a double shot. So what's the total that you get?
First roll was 14. Second roll
Okay.
was 14.
14. Okay, what's your grand total?
18.
With
Plus
pass
pass
without a
without
trace?
trace. 24.
24. That's the grand total?
Yep.
Okay. You see this, you follow and traipse along the grasslands, you find this elk that's sort of watering by the river, and you take your 2 arrows and one, you take the shot, it hits into the elk's shoulder, and and you're like, fuck. And you pull and take this other shot, and it like hits it like kind of in the neck, but not enough for it to be a kill shot, just to be very, very painful for the animal. And it goes tearing off down the river. And you have this like fuck moment because you like really, really, really hurt this beast, but you didn't make a successful hunt.
Damn.
And it does get away, unfortunately. You were 1 off the 25 DC.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so this beast runs off, and you try and chase it down for a while. The blood tracks,
No,
but after
I got a 14. I got a 14 plus 5.
you told me
19
24,
plus
right?
10. I know I missed the plus 5 on survival.
So what did you get? What's your total?
14 plus 5 is 19 plus 10 is 29.
There we go. So we'll say, as you forgot your bonus, you're like, wait, I'm pretty good at this. You run down the river after the blood trail, and you find the thing sort of like limping along very painfully in deep amounts of pain, and you take one last shot and put it out of its misery. And then you're like, I gotta fucking drag this thing all the way back to camp.
Yep, I was about to say
And you're
that.
like, ugh. And you guys are like, wow, Ciella's been gone for a while. Holy shit! And Ciella, as you guys are all starting to get worried, Ciella drags this massive elk back into camp.
Tonight we feast.
Yeah, that's a lot of meat for 4 people.
Yeah.
All right. So,
yeah, this
make me a nature check if you want to try and figure out what parts of the elk are most important.
12 plus 2, 14.
14. There are, of course, there's the meat, and there's 2 other parts. The antlers could be sold for 15 silver pieces at market.
Okay.
They weigh about 2 pounds. They're prized hunting trophies and can be used to create weapon handles or simple tools such as hoes and rakes.
Perfect.
So that's always fun. If you want to keep that, you can add that to your inventory if you want. Hang that off the side of your horse.
Mhm.
You can also add it to your horse's inventory. Just make sure you leave enough carrying capacity to support your weight, Ciella. The next is the hide itself. The elk's hide can be crafted into soft, supple leather, which is used in the creation of armor or apparel. So you can take that if you want to. Weighs 3 pounds and can be sold for 4 gold pieces. It can be made into leather armor, but it expires in 10 days.
Okay.
Lastly,
Hang on.
you
added the
obtain
second one.
Sorry.
Just adding those.
Yep, no problem. And last but not least, you guys obtain 30 pieces of meat, which is the equivalent of 30 rations if you can make them into rations, but I don't suspect you have time to do that.
Sorry, how much was the elk leather? 6 gold?
Yeah, let me tell you. Hang on. The elk hide is worth 4 gold.
4 gold, okay.
Weighs 3 pounds. Expires in 10 days. And can be made into armor and apparel.
A snazzy pair of boots.
Snazzy pair of boots. So this thing, the meat is going to expire in a day, which means that this will be enough to feed you today and tomorrow.
Okay.
So you guys can eat it tonight and feast tonight. and feast in the morning.
Perfect.
And I guess just to be safe, I'll ritual cast purify food and drink.
Hey, good stuff, good stuff. Yep, you cast it just in case there was any issue. There is not. It is worth saying that, like, you could probably do this ritual to... Well, here's what I'll say, is, you know, once it's spoiled, but if you cast purify food and drink, you can sort of refresh its expiration date.
Okay.
That's how we'll work it. Incredible. So you all go to bed after filling your bellies with elk meat, which is maybe a little bit better than the snake meat. Who's to say? Imagine the snake meat's a little stringy. But yeah, this big horking elk steaks made over a roasted spitfire. You all go to sleep. You all rest without issue. Next morning, you wake up to another elk steak made over a spitfire, and you eat your fill. And Terrence could have done the ritual this morning just to be sure there aren't too many flies on it. And you all eat well today and tomorrow. Everybody mark off 1 bag of feed as well for the horses. Oh, you did that yesterday, yeah. Unless you wanted to attempt to graze today or wait till the end of the day.
Yeah,
everybody mark it off.
let's try to graze later on.
Okay.
If I fail,
if
we'll
Cielo...
use the Russian.
Yeah. So then if that's the case, anybody who just wants to do it and get it out of the way can do it. But if anyone wants to wait to see if Ciela can find some grazing land, you can hold off. Okay. We are on day 4 out of 6, folks. We're almost there. You guys are going to have... today, you're going to see 2 sites. Give me a moment while I tell you what they are. Oh, my mistake. Technically, you're not going to be seeing Scornable. I technically mixed that up. So at about here, the road is going to diverge left. You're still going to be following the river, but it's going to start making its way in this direction. You're going to be about midway through the grasslands at the ends of the day, but way off on the northeastern horizon, there will be just barely off in the distance where the river meets a fork. You are going to see, just barely off as you leave the reaching woods behind, a city, just sort of at the edge of the water there. Some small city that some of you may have been to, some of you may have not. If anyone wants to know where that is, you can make a history check. But yeah.
11 minus 1, 10.
10. That is the city of Scornebel. It is a major trade stop for caravans and trade ships coming in and out of coming out of the east of the kingdom of Coromir, and connect it through waterways to the west where Baldur's Gate, the kingdom of Baldur's Gate, is.
I may have been there before.
Maybe you may have been there before. It's a big trade city for sure.
That would make sense for her to be there.
Yeah, you've probably been there. But yes, you guys continue to travel and follow the road along the way, getting ever closer to El Terrell. And it's actually a very interesting fact. You guys are traveling, making your way, and you're like, okay, El Terrell's in that direction. You could swear that in the distance there is almost like a great orb of light in the sky. Not like way up in the sky like so, but just off of the horizon, directly in the direction that you're going. There's like this ball of light that hangs in the air like a faraway sun on the horizon. Almost like a second sun. Much smaller, though.
You guys see that?
Isn't that the sun? Oh, wait.
No,
that's the sun.
Over there.
I thought that was just,
Chantia squirt bottles you from the heavens. Says, no, you know, nature cleric, no better.
Sarah goes like, oh, I just thought this was one of my floaties in my eyes. I thought that was just like, a thing.
Oh, like if you like when you
floaties.
look at the sun and you get the little blotches, you thought it was one of those?
Yeah.
Then don't look at the sun.
Why do your floaties shine?
From looking at the sun.
If anyone wants to know what that is, they can make a history check.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll history check
try
on the
that.
second sun.
6.
6, not sure.
18. What is this? Nature check or
History.
history? Okay.
19.
9.
19.
17.
17. You two would know that the city of Elturel has a rather unusual quality about it. I just want to make sure I'm getting the right information for you.
It's funny that Shroud and Star that know about this.
Yeah, maybe you two have been through this city before. Maybe that's why you two know about it. Entirely your decision. But Elturel being the capital of Elturgard, the kingdom of Elturgard, where Scornubble and Bird-Dusk and Greenest are all from. The thing that distinguishes it is that all across Elturgard, one can see this brilliant magical light that shines from Elturel. Nobody is truly certain where it came from or why it's there, but there is a magical light that hovers above the city and burns brightly, almost like a second, much smaller sun. The light is said to be sent from the gods, as it is always there and always illuminates the city, and it's said to protect the city from undead.
I'm assuming we tell this to our group.
You can if you wish to.
Yeah, Star tells everyone, and he's like, "As a matter of fact, it's la 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 all this stuff," and he's like,
Oh.
"There you go."
Yeah. But from your radius, it definitely appears to be like some far some distant star, or perhaps a very far away sun.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, protects the city of Elturel, but nobody really knows where it came from.
I'm gonna look for tall grass.
All right, you look for tall grass. Make a survival check.
Nope, got a 4. So let's feed the horses some feed.
Okay. Oh, and really quick, Star and Shroud, this ball of light is known as the Companion. That is what it is called. Just as put a name to it. Okay. What did you roll there, Ciela?
A 4.
A 4.
Yeah, so we're gonna just feed the horses.
Yep. So everybody who hasn't marked off feed already, go ahead and mark it off, as the land just doesn't seem to have the grass necessary for a quick and natural feeding. Okay. Is there anything else anyone would like to do today on day 4? No. Then you're all going to find your way to camp. Your horses and yourselves already fed. You head to sleep. And nothing befalls you this evening. You all wake up the next morning, put out your fire, hop up on your horses once more. And it is day 5. You want to look for food?
No, refresh our food.
Yeah, I could do that. That's no problem.
Oh, okay, sure. So you guys have some elk steaks again.
Yeah.
You like purify it again that night. We'll say that you guys just packed enough raw elk meat and just like threw it in some fucking leather bags. You purify it and you roast it up again, and you guys are all maybe starting to feel like your mouth just tastes like elk meat a little more consistently than is comfortable, but it's nice to, it's not a grill by any means, so it's not a perfectly cooked steak by any means, and nor is it seasoned, but hey, man, it's better than nothing.
Better than steak meat.
Yep, better than just nothing. No food for you, just for hard rations. Alrighty then. So you guys all have yourselves fed for the day. And you're going to continue traveling. Nothing is going to befall you today. You're going to draw closer and closer to that strange sun, making your way ever closer to Elturel. And you find yourself only a day away from the city, crossing the river and making your way into Elturel. Is there anything anyone would like to do today?
How bright is the second sun at this point?
It's pretty bright. From where you are, it still looks like a distant star or sun, but it glows slightly larger as you approach throughout the day, for sure.
Sheila's gonna sing
So-
sea shanties while we ride.
Absolutely.
I'm
It
avoiding
is a
star talk.
shining. I'll let you know when you get into the city what exactly what you're looking at here, but it hangs quite high above the city. Okay. So is there anything anyone else wants to do today on day 5? Tomorrow's the last day. No, we want to get there, DM. Stop making us wait, DM.
You don't want to hear from Star. Star's just kind of like laying on the horse now, going like, so bored.
Are we there yet?
Not there yet. That's right.
All right. Okay, you guys all settle down to get some sleep. Everybody mark off some feed. So we don't believe that's been done today. Everybody mark off 1 feed for your horses.
Oh, I haven't checked for feed today, have I?
No, you haven't. Go ahead and make a survival check to see if we have to avoid that or not.
14 plus 5, 19.
19. Everybody keep your feed. Ciela finds some nice grazing land outside or in the grasslands around, and you can all get your horses fed without having to mark off feed. Very nice. Okay then. You all settle in. Go to your long rest. Nothing is said or nothing is done. You look
More
up at the
sea shanties.
sky. It's raining today, so you're all a little as you like sit there on this last day of travel, feeling truly miserable and cold. But you get your sleep.
This reminds me of the boat.
It's just like Papa used to make. You all wake up. No trouble befalling you that evening either. The dice are seemingly in your favor. And now we find ourselves on day 6. Today is the day, guys. You arrive in Elturel today. And as you make your way along the road, passing, population getting greater and greater along the roads as you're getting closer and closer to the capital of Elturgard itself, Elturel, the great city. No trouble will befall you either. You guys seem to have a troubleless time traveling. Let's see here. I'm gonna give Terrence and Star inspiration for initiating roleplay during the travel. And with that, we're gonna go to break. And when we get back from break, we will explore the great city of Elturel.
Sure thing.
Cool. I just found myself a nice mango lime cider.
Nice.
And since I had dinner, it's not going to make me drunk. Because I wouldn't do that to you. I am actually just a very sleepy drunk.
A very sleepy drunk.
Yep, very sleepy drunk. A drunk who just wants to sleep.
Good sleep.
Oh, that's good.
Who the hell else do we have here?
You like a dice bag, Mr. Ryan?
A dice bag?
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I get overwhelmed when I have too many dice bags.
Okay. No
Thank you
worries.
though. I've got a nice
have
little
this,
tin that I keep all my dice in though.
That works. I have this really
thank you,
cool
though.
rogue fabric. It's like this
Ooh.
brownish purple color, and it has like little bags and daggers and knickknacks on it.
Hell yeah.
They're very cute.
Hell
little
yeah.
fabric. I'll probably do some sewing up until Thursday for ThunderCon.
ThunderCon.
Yeah,
That's
in Thunder
cool.
Bay. I'm gonna bring
Ah.
my tablet with me so that I can still play the game on Sunday and Monday.
Nice.
So yeah. The reason why this bag is wide instead of tall is because I cut the fabric the wrong way.
Oh. Oh, that's too bad.
But you know what? It still looks good.
Yeah.
It's a cute little bag. Somebody will make it their home or give it a home. It's
Absolutely.
skeletons on it. It's gonna sell. No kids this weekend, which is
Not
good and
bad.
bad.
Good and bad.
Good because I was able to not have to rush them out the door with you guys watching.
Yeah.
And bad because I miss my kids.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not going to see them next weekend either. So it's like, next weekend is my ex's birthday
Oh, okay.
and Carmen's birthday.
Oh.
I
That's
drew her a
awesome.
picture of Aoife.
Oh, that's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that's a dangerous cider. That's fucking good. I got a sour watermelon cooler as well. Save that for another day.
Ooh.
Ooh. That could be a good or a bad ooh.
It's good. It's good.
It's a good ooh? Okay. Oh, it's cool. Okay. I know, but that. Oh, I'm gonna do my Spanish.
Hey, I'll be back.
Yeah.
I am back with chips and pop.
Ooh.
When were you in here, Luna? I thought I kicked you out. Damn it.
Hey, Wendy,
Yeah.
you have to try the mango lime Summersby cider.
Mango lime?
Yes, it is chef's kiss.
Where's this at the
Liquor store.
oh. I'll have to try that. Well, you're stuck in here, Luna. This is all your fault. You have to stay in here till I feel like opening the door for you.
Don't you hate that? They're like, I want in, I want in. And then as soon as you let them in, I want out.
Pretty much.
Like, you little fucks.
Like right now, she's just sprawled out on the floor and just keeps staring at me, going like, "Please pet me." And I'm like, "I don't feel like it. I'll pet you on my lap."
Oh,
And
by the way, it turns out I'm back on Tuesday.
oh,
I
oh, you're back on Tuesday? That's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday then?
Yeah.
All right, let me just double check I put that on my calendar, right? No.
No calendar.
Yeah, let me extend that to Monday. Still really sad. I really was hoping to see my dad today.
Yeah.
So,
Holy snapping crap. It's been 9 years since the Sims 4 base game came out,
oh wow,
right?
that's messed up. Ah, good one. No, what are you doing? There is nothing under there, you silly cat. You silly cat. Have you had enough?
Hmm?
I guess that's the answer. Yes. Let me out of here. Let you out. Go away. Keep yapping with his friends outside in the on the internet on Discord. They're watching their wrestling match tonight. Online.
Well, that's probably what AC's doing then.
Oh really? Oh no! It's not like not real wrestling. It's on like a Second Life sim thing. That a bunch of people do a bunch of wrestling on. So he's though he could watch it online technically. I don't know. So that's actually a good question. Is there real life wrestling today? I don't know.
There's real life wrestling every day of the week.
True.
I need to turn the AC back on. Ah,
Too hot.
it's hot in here. 78 degrees in here.
Jesus. That is one thing I like about this apartment. It is nice and cold. A little too cold.
Thing about my place is that in the summer it's way too hot, and in the winter it's way too cold.
Yeah.
Although it's not that bad usually in the summer, honestly, because it's a basement.
Yeah.
But once I leave my door and go into the hallway, whew,
Yeah. I will say, like the only problem with the apartment is like at the start of the summer, they don't kind of put it on till like I want to say June or May. I can't remember which month. I feel like it's June. And yeah, like it's just so freaking hot. This year started really early, I guess. So we got an AC unit, which we paid pretty low for. It's like usually a $500 unit, but we got it for $300. So
that's
we
good.
used it for like 2 weeks, and then the AC started working.
That's
And so-
okay.
yeah. And
Got a deal on it, so it's good.
yeah. So now
It's
we
all
have,
right.
yeah. So we have an AC unit whenever we need to. But yeah, it's thankfully the AC does work in this building, and I'm happy for that. The only thing I'm still waiting on is that we had like a big huge leak in the house or in the apartment, and they still got to repair our roof or our ceiling. Luckily, it didn't damage anything. It just damaged our ceiling and right where the just in front of the kitchen area and going to our bedroom. So luckily nothing was hit or whatever, but like a lot of the plaster that they put on top of the roof is just like came down. So it's like terrible patches. But the guy's room above us, I went up to him going like, "Hey, so what's the situation in your room?" And he's like shows me the floor, and it's like completely soaking wet. Like the whole floorboards were all soaking with like water. It was just disturbing. So hopefully they repair it soon.
Warble, I see you. You can't have my chicken bones. Are you gonna play with my dice? Every once in a while she'll dip her paw into the tray and try to take a dice out.
Aw. Oh, did you have Yao's chicken or did you have the
No, I went to or I ordered from 60. I like them.
I like them too. For like, I like both of the locations for two different reasons. I find 66 chicken, especially the lemon one, is more drier and more crisp.
Yeah, they have crispy dry rubs.
Yeah, and while Yao's chicken is very oily, but it's still really good. But their fries are more crispy.
My fries were extremely crispy tonight.
Ooh, nice. But yeah, I do kind of like Yao's because it's right downstairs and it's easy for me to get to.
I paid for 2 dill dips and they gave me 1 blue cheese.
Oh no,
I don't like blue cheese.
I wouldn't like that either.
I dip my fries in it. In the dill.
Yeah. And one time had ordered a salad and I didn't know that they gave me blueberry like dressing. And like I usually order like ranch or Caesar. I opened up the packet and started pouring. I'm like, wait, this is liquid. Wait, it's not white, it's blue. No. So I was very upset.
I'm trying to get Morbo to roll the dice.
Mhm.
I'm trying to get Morbo to roll the dice.
No, I'm laughing.
Sucks. Get it. Get it. Roll the dice, baby. Roll the dice. Here, I'll put it on the desk and we'll see if she'll roll it.
Hmm.
She won't roll the dice. You're no cat of mine.
No.
Roll the dice. Go on. I think it's because I'm holding the tray up to catch it.
Yeah.
Oh, she just rolled an 11. Good
Hmm.
girl.
That's adorable.
Good girl.
At least it wasn't a 1.
Well, she's a black cat.
Well,
Rolled another 14 just now. And before
hey.
that, I was sitting on 14. I've rolled like 3 14s tonight.
Wow. Rolled like 2 nat 20s too.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I didn't roll one random encounter. You had 6 days of travel, not a damn thing happened.
I know.
The hell?
Star's so bored. Star wants action.
Well, talk to each other.
He was
I know you were. You got the ball rolling.
though I almost was saying at one point, I'm like, you guys don't want to hear Star talk all.
Yeah, I will. I'll talk the whole damn time.
I have an inspiration I still haven't used.
Oh, I'm so excited for Elturel. I got plans.
God damn it, Cap.
Been studying. Been studying this city.
Oh, hey,
Are we
Wendy.
gonna kill their son?
Kill the sun. That's the new campaign.
I don't know.
Wendy, I'm going to be running a Magical Kitties game soon.
Ooh.
Yep.
Nice.
Probably online. So, do you have Tabletop Simulator?
No, but I'm also really busy. I got another commission coming up, and
Okay. Well, I'm not going to do it like really soon, but in the near future.
Mhm.
I'll run it. Maybe I'll run it on Roll20 because they have modules on Roll20 for Magical Kitties.
Yeah. Luna, if you want attention, come to me. Don't. This cat is insane. Luna.
Oh, let's check the J score real fast. See if they blew it again.
Oh no.
Nope, they won.
Huh.
They blew it yesterday. They had a 5-run lead and they lost by 4 runs.
Hmm.
Oh no, 1 run. They almost came back. They got 2 runs and short by 1.
No.
It's okay.
But yes, let me know if Star gets really annoying because he's basically supposed to be annoying. Sort of.
Damn, guys, I gotta make a quick amendment. The year is 1489, more than 100 years later than what I thought it was. So just, deal with it.
Oh, what the fuck? That ruins everything. What? Oh shit.
No.
Oh,
Time
damn.
travel.
My lore! Not the lore! I just looked it up. I don't know where I got
Deactivating my
that
character
from.
right now.
Fuck. Sorry, everybody. I'm sorry.
Restart the
Sorry.
campaign. Restart it. Just restart it.
Oh, fuck. You
Stop.
want to?
No.
New characters. No, I'm kidding.
Oh fuck.
You're gonna have to play a character with a reasonable AC.
Look, you approved the Warforge.
I did. You think I just want to put this out here. You think your AC's fucked? Get ready for this new character that's about to show up.
Oh yeah.
Blade Singer. That's all I'll say.
Hmm.
High into Blade Singer. AC fucking ridiculous. Untouchable.
Oh no.
I know Carmen said that the character that she plays in one of the other campaigns has like a pretty sick AC.
Yeah, she has a 28 AC
23.
with shield.
Yeah,
it's-
23 AC
it's
and then
insane.
with shield.
I was
That's
pissed.
that's what I'm going for with Finch, because when they have plate on, their AC will be 21 plus the shield spell, so 26.
Right.
Nothing but
Jesus.
saving throws from here on out.
Yeah, only splash damage forever.
Luna, what are you doing? No.
Away, go away. Little fruit fly.
Is Aoife and Terrence present?
I think Carmen had to excuse herself for all intents and purposes, if I'm not mistaken.
Terrence is here.
She got a big mess on her hands. All right.
Yeah.
All right. If that's the case, we shall continue our adventure. I'm just gonna, before we proceed, I just want to see if there's a slightly more grand song I can play here as you enter.
Boop.
It's the Star Spangled Banner.
Oh, it's like that entrance music they always have, like superheroes walk in on.
Just play the Avengers. So the answer is no. To a better thing. So I'm just gonna play this. Okay. Screen share coming at you. Welcome to the city of Elturel. You find yourselves here in this city-state, the capital of Elturgard. Let me just you see this big city situated atop a bluff or tor with a cliff dominating over top of the river Corinthar that you approach from. a very defensible position for any city. You would all cross by ferry. There's a sort of 6-carriage ferry that makes its way across the water. And you ride your horses up the side of the bluff into the great city of El Turel above. You begin to ride through the streets. It is a big, beautiful, well-functioning city where trade runs well. There's many things to see here. There are, and I will say, for Terrence and Aoife, if present, this is the first time either of you have been inside of a proper city, a walled city at that, a capital city at that, where there are hundreds of people walking here and there. There are humans, and I will say this group being a rather unusual spectacle of various creatures. You do see half-elves and dwarves and gnomes, halflings, maybe some more exotic creatures like tieflings walking around here and there. But nonetheless, the city of El Turel lies before you. You see, walking around, actually mounted, in some cases, the guard of the city. You see these knights adorned with chainmail armor, with long red tabards, well-helmed and well-armed and supplied with long swords at their sides, each a knight. They have with them a symbol of what I believe to be a unicorn under a crescent moon. These cavalry riders sort of make their way around, policing the streets, and people seem generally happy here, generally pleased to live here. You find yourselves approaching through the lower district of the city. And above it all, you do indeed once again see the massive companion, and truly, now that you are within the city, a second sun. Massive in scale and size, almost about as large as the size of the actual city itself, but some 50 kilometers, about 36 miles above the ground, shining down upon the city, illuminating it, and apparently protecting it from the undead that may be here and there. You ride through the city. On your way, you are, as a reminder, you are looking for Master Leosin Erlanthar, or the companion that he went to go and meet with, Onthar Froom of the Order of the Gauntlet. These are the two individuals that you mean to seek out. What do you do?
Maybe we should find somewhere to rest our horses.
Not a bad idea.
Then after that, I guess. Good question. If I was to put a horse in the city, where would I put it?
In the stable.
Some stable somewhere.
Yeah,
I would
let's
say
look for
my
some
city
stables.
goers.
Maybe
Yeah,
at the inn.
there's stables. Most larger inns and taverns have their own usual stables, either nearby or adjoined.
Okay. But they have signs for only paying customers only.
Probably. Hey, I'll tell you what. As you guys are looking for inns and taverns, someone make me. What's everyone's passive investigation? Put that in there for fun.
Question.
I have a 12 as passive investigative.
Okay. 10, 12.
I also have a 12.
12. Ciela?
In mine still. Hang on. I accidentally closed the window because I'm smart like that.
Because I'm bougie like that.
Passive investigation. 9.
9. My two 12s. As you're, making your way here and there, you are going to hear one of these town criers just going for it in the streets. Hear thee, hear thee. The great author. Oh, what's his name? Ah, shit. Come on, no, I had it. Damn it. Give me half a moment.
What's his name?
What's his name from where it is? It says, hear thee, the great writer, the great and famous travelogue writer Volothumb Gedorm notes that the... crap. Notes here that a pair of Black Antlers Tavern is the only tavern to see for adventurers traveling here and far in the city of Elturel. He says, for you have not been to Elturel as an adventurer if you have not stopped in a pair of Black Antlers Tavern. In other news, murder. And continues on with his decrees.
Something's telling me we should go to the Black Antlers Tavern.
I agree with that.
Yeah, and if you ask around, you're like, hey, where is that? Where's the Black Antlers Tavern? In fact, anybody make an insight or investigation check to note where that may possibly be?
14.
14. It's definitely much further in. What'd you get there, Terrence?
12.
12. It's definitely much further into the city. You guys just kind of came through the main gate, and it's definitely deeper into the city. It would definitely be a little bit extra of a trek to get there. Not terribly so, but, you know. It's, the person would say, oh, yeah, a pair Black Antlers Tavern. Yeah, multiple level tavern house. Very, very nice. Yeah, that's actually the headquarters of the Order of the Gauntlet here in Elturel. Yeah, if you just go head down the street over there, and you go right past the markets, you find it, and he tells you what street to find it on. Says, yeah, you go down there, you probably find some interesting folk there. Adventurers, have a nice day.
You too. So that way.
All right. As you make your way, you find yourselves in the Dock District, which is just the fancy name for Lower District. People live fairly well, but it's certainly not where the wealthy live. And as you're making your way through, you're going to pass a sign that says Shiara's Market. And you find yourself within a very large egg-shaped town square here in the Eastern Dock District. There are tons of cram stalls, one next to each other, selling everything from adventuring equipment to arms and armor to farmers markets, to pastry stands, anything you
Tannery?
could possibly desire. Sorry?
Tannery?
There's definitely not a tannery in the middle of the town square, unfortunately. That would be horrific for all involved.
Yeah.
That's probably a little bit closer to the outskirts, if not outside
Yeah.
the city itself. But yeah, you make your way through, and you find yourselves approaching the it's called a pair of Black Antlers, or simply the Antlers Tavern. Let's go there. Which tavern do I prefer? I set up both just in case I had a last minute decision. Yep, I'm using this one.
They are right across the street from each other.
Yeah, I made two because I couldn't decide which one I liked better, but I have decided that I like this one better. Let me just put you on the door here. Oops, I deleted you. Stop. You will get off your horses. If you guys want to... where is it? Damn, you're really not going to tell me? Yeah, you approach this place, and there's definitely going to be a stables for you to put your horses down at. It's going to run you. Come on. Come on, work with me here. There we go. To stable your horses today, it's going to cost each of you 5 silver. It's going to be 5 silver a horse a day. So go ahead and mark that off. And that will cover like feed and maintenance and everything. we'll say for the time being, since Aoife's a little consumed, she decides to stay with the horses and make sure they're well maintained and such, and maybe stay out of sight with a potentially strange egg. But anyway, you all make your way into the tavern. It is a rather large, smoky tap room. It's dimly lit, full of wood-paneled walls. The air is indeed smoky, as the fireplace doesn't seem to properly draw. It's a fairly open tap room, but it looks like the upper parts of the building are a little bit maze-like, possibly, and definitely multi-leveled. It is filled with stone support pillars, some flow-hanging beams here and there, but a really large, wide, comfortable tap room. You can see that illumination is provided by not only candlelight, but here and there, floating around are these floating orbs that just seem to glow brightly with light. The walls are heavily decorated with a variety of trophies and paraphernalia. Old weapons, boar heads, split shields, dusty claws, tails of unknown creatures, shocked-looking heads of miscellaneous monsters, ancient maps of possibly lost castles and dungeons and dwarven holes and crypts. It's said to be a house of treasures. There's also blood-splattered notes here and there on the walls. Very impressive rack of stag antlers about 20 feet across sit above the actual bar. Within, you see no small amount of knights that all bear a sort of gauntlet hand on their armor, who sit around and drink with their helms over by their side, all in chainmail armor, sort of clashing drinks together and drinking, laughing heartily, arm wrestling. You see adventurers off in the corner talking about a contract, a couple of people off to the side just having a drink with their family, a group of dwarves seemingly playing cards after they've finished. And what do you know? Fate would have it that Master Leeson himself seems to be here. You happen to find just the right tavern. What?
Oh,
Isn't that just
what are
great?
the odds?
What are the odds? What are the odds? You see him sitting by the fire with one of his apprentices, seemingly both of them transfixed in a possibly important conversation.
I'll nudge whoever's like standing next to me. Like,
I'm gonna say it's Stroud
point over there.
because it's funny.
Makes it like a metal ding. Ah,
Pink.
Leeson's over there. Let's go make ourselves known.
All right. You guys approach. You see these gregarious, gregarious and happy sort of like tap room
Barflies?
bar wenches, I guess, whatever you call them. But they seem happy and jovial, and they say, "Oh, grab a seat wherever you can find one. Pleasure. Welcome to the Rantlers." And goes and puts some food on the table, and there's a laugh and a hearty cry. And you make your way over to the fireplace, where the smoke is a little bit more intense. Let's see if I can make that fog even worse. Yeah, no, I can't. You walk up to him. Look, I made him a mini, guys. Look, it's Master Leeson.
Oh, he fixed his staff.
Yeah, he fixed his staff.
Aw.
Look at him. Look at the guy.
He's
He's
cute.
great. Isn't everything just the way it should be? Yeah, you approach Leeson Erlanthar. And apparently Terrence, you tap him on the shoulder. He looks up and smiles and stands and says, Terrence, you've all come. Welcome, Heroes of Greenest. It's a pleasure to see you all.
I believe we're Dragonsbane now.
That's okay.
Dragonsbane.
We're both.
Well, you are Heroes of Greenest, no matter what you call yourselves, but Dragonsbane, I like it. It's very apt. Please, welcome. Allow me to buy you all a round of drinks. And he'll sort of like wave and sort of gesture with his finger to them. And one of the tap mates says, "Coming right up there, mister." And he says, "Well, it's good that you're all here. I hope you didn't have too much trouble finding me. Listen, I happen to have found my associate. I don't, not to get right down to business or anything. Tell me of your travels. Did you fare well on the road?"
Yeah, actually,
Quite
could have been better.
uneventful.
Uneventful. That's much better than the alternative. The roads can be dangerous.
Well, you were clear for all 6 days we traveled.
Good,
Especially
good.
the closer we got to this false sun.
Yes, the companion, a most unusual thing, isn't it?
Do you know what it is?
No one really is terribly sure. El Tirel is a place of great faith. The actual government is run by the Order of Torm, I believe it is. So this is a place of great faith, but many believe it to have been sent by a god, of course. It is called, of course, the Companion, but many know it to be Amintar's gift, Amintar being a god of light. But no one know for sure.
You said there was lights in here that were kind of like
Yeah.
floating orbs.
Yep, floating orbs.
I think that's something completely different. Never mind.
So there's
Yeah.
floating orbs in the room. I'm just gonna say Star is trying to play with one of them.
Yeah, they hang a little high, so you maybe like jump to try and grab them, but they're like a good 20 feet off the ground.
Okay, poor 4'5".
Yeah,
It's not a problem when you have a climb speed.
That's true.
that's true. He says, "Oh, those are." Yeah, he sees your eyes, Terrence, and he goes, "Oh, those just I believe they're called drift globes. They're magical items, unassociated to the companion."
Huh.
I says,
All right.
"Well, regardless, I hope you won't mind my my eagerness, but how fared your examination of the camp? Did they still remain?"
They left.
They left.
Mhm.
There were a few there, mostly like kobolds.
I see. So they packed up their camp. They left.
Yeah.
We found the hatchery as well.
You made your way into the hatchery.
Yeah, we lost a couple people.
Lost a couple. I'm sorry
A
to.
lot of people.
Yes, I'm noticing some new faces around the table. I'm terribly sorry to hear this. Hear my condolences.
Thank you.
Well, you must tell me what transpired. What did you find in the hatchery? Did you run into any of the leaders of the dragon cults? Were there eggs? Please, I would be curious to know.
You can take this one, Terrence. Considering you finished one of those leaders off.
Yeah. We took out a few of their leaders.
Yeah, sure.
You did.
Wench with the staff and the dragon guy.
Scion Wrath
Scion Wrath,
Scion
yeah.
Wrath, yes.
and
I had to look it up.
Mundath. No problem. And Mundath herself. You defeated both dragon leaders. That's incredibly good news. Well done. And
as for dragon eggs, we destroyed 2 of them, but then I'll look over to Celia and
Ciela
Alfie.
shrugs sheepishly. I kept one. I had to.
kept one. And you see like a sort of interest glazes over Leosin's eyes. Not caution, but genuine enthusiasm. He goes, "You kept one? How... Where is it? Is it here?"
It's safe. We haven't hatched it. It needs a few more days and in a different environment before it hatches.
You intend to hatch it. You must tell me, what kind of dragon is it? Is it what color is it? Is it near
black
incubation? Black
Uh,
dragon?
Less than a week, I'd say.
See. So if I'm requires a dry, humid environment to hatch, if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm.
Very interesting. I'd be very interested to talk to you more about this later. I admit I haven't had the opportunity to be near and close to an actual dragon egg. If you require any aid, I mean, of course it's a responsibility, but no one to trust better than all of you.
Mhm.
Well, excellent. You have more than done your job. Do you know where they went? Where all of the loot from Greenest is? Where the camp was headed to?
Some of the loot we returned to Greenest, and
What we found.
yeah, what we found,
Okay.
and I can't out of character. I can't remember what direction was the north.
The greater wealth of Greenest and perhaps other places was taken east northeast, or
East.
excuse me, west.
West,
My
okay.
apologies. I've
Right.
confused my easts and wests all the time, but west.
Yes. All right. So yeah, they went west somewhere, just packed up and left.
West. Interesting. Well, I'll have to think on this, but you have certainly gone above and beyond the performance of your responsibilities. Thank you very much, and please, and he will sort of gesture to one of the monks who approaches and hands Leosin a bag. He puts the bag in front of him and sort of opens it up and takes out a couple of sacks, and he starts throwing them around the table. Each of you will have made 150 gold pieces as promised. He says, marvelously done. Thank you very much. Now, before we... Oh, yes, Terrence, of course.
I was just gonna ask if there was any other way we can help this dragon cult.
Indeed, perhaps. It might... I'm glad to hear of your enthusiasm, Terrence, and indeed I might require all of your aid very soon, but I need to speak with a couple of associates regarding the information that you've brought to me to figure out what steps best be next. But there is a more pressing thing that I should speak to you of. My associate, Ontar Froom of the Order of the Gauntlet. He is here with his knights. This is the sort of, they joke and call it the headquarters of the Order of the Gauntlet here. He is somewhere around here, but if I might say, it would be in your best interest to get to know him, to get into his good graces. He's a very boisterous individual, to say the least, and I'm sure he'll keep you busy, but if you can impress him, it may be within all of your long-term interest to get in good with this man. He's a very well-connected and powerful individual. So while I take the time to figure this out, maybe we talk tomorrow. Take a moment to get to know Froome, maybe get associated with him. He's very, and in this moment, there's a from the back of the room as something falls down the stairs. And you turn around and you see one of the members of the Order of the Gauntlet in their full chainmail set just made their way down the stairs. And it's sort of like picking them up from the floor. You see coming down the stairs this human man with a long sort of brown ginger beard that comes to about here. He's balding at the front. He has a scar down. There's a scar that cuts his eyebrow, and he wears a big set of battle-worn plate armor with a symbol of Torm right in the middle of the gauntlet hand. His two gauntlets are similarly the colors of Torm. They're sort of like a light blue, almost like holy colored gauntlets that he wears. He has a long fur cloak, and he is a big boy. He is strong, but he has a big belly. You get the sense this is a man who does not like to shy away from his beer. He also has at his hip a rather large and impressive greatsword, and he makes his way down the stairs. I'm going to send you all now a picture of Ontar Froome of the Order of the Gauntlet. And you can all tell me how good I did at describing him.
Pretty good.
All right, he comes down the stairs, and he sort of like steps down the stairs. He goes, "If you're going to swing at me, you better swing proper, next boy." And some of the other Gauntlet members sort of, and they watch in interest as the Gauntlet member sort of pulls himself up on the wall and says, "I'll get you through that, Froome." He says, "Come on, boy, I want you to." And he sort of like takes a swing at Froome, and he sort of backs up, and then Froome just bam, punches him in the face again, and he across the next table and spills some ales, and the people are like, "Ah!" And the guy sort of is like, "Oh, okay, all right." He goes, "You've had enough?" He goes, "Just, yeah." And he goes, "All right. And he goes over and like picks him up, and he goes, "Look, you've got ale on your chainmail," and dusts him off and pats him on the back. And says, "All right, sit down, have your alcohol, let your face start to feel better. Get him around. And he looks at all of the Order of the Gauntlet members and says, "Anyone else? No? Well, that's all right. There's always tomorrow." And he starts walking out, and he like looks over and he sees Leeson sort of wave to him, and he makes his way over. "Look, there's this mini. I made him a mini because I'm obsessed with minis." He walks over to the table, and he says, "Leeson, you old stiff. See, you got some friends here." And he says, "Yes, Onthar, these are the Dragonsbane Adventuring Company. They have, these are the people I told you about who assisted me down south in Greenest with the Dragon Con." And almost before he can stop speaking, he says, "Ah, proper heroes here in Elturel. Good to meet you all." And the first person he sees is Shroud. So he just grabs your hand, Shroud, starts shaking it proper. He goes, "This is a fine warrior."
And I'll like crunch down like as hard as I can and like shake it back.
Make an athletics check. Or make just a flat strength check. This is just about strength. This is no athleticism.
Right. Hang on. Let's see here. All right. That is I'm on fire. 17.
17. Yeah, you grab him, and it's the most firm vice handshake you could possibly make. It doesn't hurt his hand by any means, as he has a full plated gauntlet over his hand, but he definitely can feel it. And he goes, yes, I can see what your role here is, huh?" And he pats your shoulder, and he squeezes too, looking at you. And he goes, "What the hell are you made of, boy?" And just kind of laughs. And he goes, "You can let go of me now, though."
Yeah, and I'll let go.
He goes, "All right." It goes around the table, looks over at you, Ciel. It goes, "Archer, good. Everyone needs a bowman. Any proper company needs a bowman." Looks across the table and says, "All right. Clean with the daggers. Not my cup of tea. I'm more of an up-front fighter, mind you, but I'm sure we can have something fun to do with you." And he looks across the table over at Terrence, and he goes, "Another warrior. Chain, shield, mace. I like the look of you."
Thank you.
"Tell me, you cracked many skulls with that mace, boy?"
Yeah, those that deserve it.
"That's what I like to hear. Torm would be proud of such a statement. Heroism. I like it." And he says, "So, who's up for a drink?"
I am.
"All right, let's get around over here." And Leeson says, "And this is where I take my cue. Yes, I'll meet you all perhaps here tomorrow, and you all just keep him company. Remember what I said. Have a good day." He goes, "Leeson, no drink?" And he says, I like drinking, but it doesn't do much for me being a monk and all." And he goes, "Right. You and your... Right. All right, get out of here. I'll see you tomorrow, perhaps." And he kind of just goes back over to sitting by the fire, and he talks to one of his monks, and he looks like he's actually doing business as his monks seem to come in and out of the tavern and go here and there. But Ondar says, "So, how long have you been in Elturel? Just got off the road?"
Yes, sir.
Sir?
Yeah.
Who are you calling sir?
You're a knight? No?
Oh, that's fair. I guess I am a knight. Yeah, you can call me sir, but I much prefer Onthar. Just call me Onthar.
Anthar. Ciela.
Ciela, arm wrestle me, now.
Okay.
All right. He puts his elbow down on the table, the whole table, as he does so. Go ahead and make this is going to be a best 2 out of 3 sort of situation. Make me, or, don't worry. I got it handled. Make me a strength check.
Okay. First roll is a natural 19.
Ooh. You grab his arm. Oh, and he goes, "Oh, look at you!" And you start bringing him over to the table. You've got him. One more and you'll win. The other one brings it back. If he wins, he brings it back to neutral. Go again.
6.
And he goes, and he brings you back to the middle. Roll again.
14.
14. He's going, I got you now. I got you now. And he brings you over a little bit. He beats you by 1. Your arm's hurting. Take another. See if he beats you. See if you can bring it back to neutral.
Another 14.
He's going, oh, what? Oh, you pesky burger. And you bring it back to neutral. Roll again.
19.
Oh, 19. Unfortunately, he beats you. And he goes, and he brings you right over. He's like, I've got you now. Roll me again. Oh, fuck, you rolled bad.
11.
Oh, you fucking 2 are you? Go on now. You think you can beat me? Roll again.
18.
18. He goes, oh, you're bringing it back around. You think you're gonna beat me? I'm just making you feel good. Roll again.
Natural 20.
Oh, and you, for total of?
Natural 20. It's a +0 for strength.
It's a natural 20 though. Okay, I'm gonna. In fairness, I'm not gonna let him beat you. He does have a higher strength bonus than you, which would have brought him to a 21. So he's like got you right on the thing, and you bring it back up. So you're just gonna hold right there for the moment. You're both like locked into this. Some members of the Order of the Gauntlet have come over, and they're like, on there. Go ahead and roll again.
That's 11.
By them in the name of Torm. Go ahead and roll again.
15.
Go, Torm, be with me. Come on. No, you're winning. You're winning. Bring it home.
17.
And you beat him. And everyone's like, oh, you win. And he's like, oh, you got me. And they're all like, oh, and he goes like, you shut up, I beat you yesterday. And they all like go back to their table, and he goes, you're stronger than you look, or maybe a little luckier. Oh, I need to appease my god. He must be mad at me for something.
Let's get a beer in ya.
Oh, let's get another beer in me. I like the sound of that. By now, like, the pitcher comes over, and he goes, there we go, and he pours all of you an ale, and he goes, so tell me something terrific that you've all done together. Come on, you're all adventurers. Tell me a story of your heroics.
Is there a thing that we can we get too drunk?
Constitution.
Hell
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
that's a
gonna
thing.
bring out the drinking rules for sure.
Oh.
You're hanging out with Onthar? That's absolutely what's happening.
Get out of there. Get.
I don't think you want Star telling the story.
Come now, somebody tell me a story. I heard there was dragon problems to the south. You have stories to tell of dragons? Let's hear them.
Dead of the night. On the horizon, soft glow in the sky, but not of the city lights, but of fire.
Oh, all right.
Rushed in. Me, 5 other heroic souls
Hmm.
to see the town ablaze with kobolds and cultists and people screaming. And we rushed in, we clubbed them, and we pierced them, and we stabbed them, and we fought our way, carved a path. One fell, but we got him back for that. And we made it to the keep.
Made it to the keep. That's great. And he'll like cheers you for that, and he'll take a. He'll put it down. He'll sort of like look around the table, almost like offended that he's drinking alone.
Oh, Ciela will take a drink.
Yeah, you take a drink with him. And he goes, "There we go."
Yeah, Ciela loves to drink. She's a
Oh,
sailor.
Star's drinking. Star's drinking. He's like,
Oh,
"What's that
yeah.
alcohol?"
He's drinking. He's drinking. So you get to the keep. You've carved your way past. You lose a friend on the way. Then what? What happens next? Tell me about the dragon. Where's the dragon?
Scream pierces the sky,
Okay.
and sheer terror and dread turns our blood cold. This massive blue monster soars across the sky, laying waste to the ground below. And we got into the towers, and this dragon took one look at one of our members, and he told the dragon to suck his dick, and the dragon just burned him to a crisp.
Oh.
Breath just sizzling, smoking. We fought him. We shot arrows. Then I took great aim,
Right.
watched him, and at the perfect moment, released the arrow. And it sliced right through his cheek. And the dragon spat electricity angrily and flapped his wings and soared away.
Oh, you scared the dragon, put it on its high tails?
Dragon, that's right. Scared
Oh, I'll drink to that. There's another one. And he'll like elbow Shroud. He'll kind of do this to you, Shroud. Just kind of like side punch you, like in sort of like an enthusiastic, like, isn't that a great story kind of way?
Teaching Shroud that.
Or like, he's like, isn't that a great story? And just like punches you like 3 times in your pauldron and sort of like puts the glass, like takes the glass, takes your hand, puts it in your hand, takes his glass and cheers you, and then takes a drink.
Yeah, we'll drink to that.
Make an insight check if you can figure out what the fuck just happened, Shroud.
Oh, Shroud, okay.
Yeah, that was for Shroud, definitely.
Okay.
Jeez, let's see here.
He's in arm's reach, or Shroud's in arm's reach of Anthar, which is
13.
not possibly dangerous.
13.
13. You recognize, like, maybe your sensors are like enemy, assault, wait. And then it gives a slow description of like, sometimes in society,
Right.
a punch to the shoulder, especially an armored one, could be interpreted as a sign of camaraderie, especially amongst warriors. And you've hung around warriors enough times that this has possibly happened to you before, and you recognize this as a friendly gesture. You know that the alcohol won't have. You know that you can get drunk. It's very difficult for you to get drunk, but you can. So you can drink with him, technically.
Yeah, so I think that like I said, Shroud's biggest thing right now is just trying to like pick up on everything. So they're just gonna continue like the mimicking. So they'll like take their like the not their hood down, but like a kind of like the cloth that like would be kind of like covering their face. They'll take that down and they will drink, and it'll be like a little awkward because like they're made of metal for the most part, so it doesn't like. Yeah, exactly. You don't like bend like a natural person would, but they'll take it down.
Yeah, and you don't have lips either, so it kind of
Right.
like falls around the
Right.
whatever. So like he's like, yeah, and he cheers you and he drinks, and while he's not, and then he's drinking, and you just kind of like start pouring it down your face, and he takes that as like you drinking faster than him, so he starts drinking faster, and the ale starts going down his beard, and then you like finish the ale and put it down. And he puts it down. And he goes. You're like, oh, I can't do it, but he like burps, and he goes, I like you, I like you, I like you, and maybe a performance check, Ciela, for your story.
15.
15. He loves it. He loves it. Maybe there's a couple people who've gathered around to hear the tale, some other members of the Order of the Gauntlet. And he goes, oh, you've got to hear this part. She talks about the dragon. Like, tell us about the dragon again. And he'll have you like repeat the whole dragon thing. At a certain point, he is going to stand up, a little drunk. He's going, all right. I was told that you were left horses in Greenest. You rode them here, yes?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
On Thar to you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's respectful. The young should respect their elders. I get it. Now, I challenge you all to horseback racing. How's that? Huh?
All of
You
us?
beat. You know what? The Order of the Gauntlet challenges all of you to horseback racings. All of you lot are gonna race them. My 4 versus you 4. How's that? All right, let's get
Yeah,
outside. And all the Order of the Gauntlet members were like, yeah. And then the barman's like, he goes like, Sir Froome, you haven't paid your tab again. He goes, oh, come back and pay. You know, I'm good for it. And they stumble outside, bunch of chainmail people, fucking making their way down. They all get on their horses. Some of them are like,
Can I
Ooh, a
ask
little
Is
drunk.
that okay
see
for
how
them?
drunk I am?
Are they gonna get hurt?
hey, don't listen to what they say about drinking and riding. It's not true. I have done some of my best lance work drunk. Now, everyone mount up. Come on now. Don't be shy. He has you all mount up. And he goes, all right. Okay. And he looks to his other knights and he's like, I want you to go clear the street. Go clear the street. And he sends them off to go clear the street. He says, okay, here's how it's going to work. You're going to race to the end of the street. You're going to race back. I'm going to watch. And on my honors tour, I will judge the winner the best. And the best gets a free drink. How's that?
All right.
All right. Mount up there, you.
How
Let's see
drunk are
here.
we?
Make a con save.
Oh boy.
Terrence, have you been drinking?
No, not up until this point. I've had one and I've just been kind of faking it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
14 plus 4.
14 plus 4. Yeah, you're fine.
Uh,
You're
Mine is 11 plus 3. That's the top numbers, right? Not
No,
savings.
the
throw.
ones of the saving throws is what you want.
Okay,
Yeah, you want the
11
saving throws.
plus. It's still 3. So 14.
yeah, you're fine for now. Shroud?
24.
Yeah, you guys, nobody here is drunk yet. And though Onthar's playing into it a bit, like some of the other knights are a little drunk, but yeah, you guys are doing fine for now. Like maybe you feel like a little bit of the tingle like in like sort of like the brow, like the brain area, but nothing that's affecting your balance or ability to you're not even really tipsy. Just know that you've been drinking alcohol. You know what I mean? All right, you all mount up on your horses. And he goes, all right. On the count of 3, you're going to race down the road. You're going to turn, and you're going to race back in this direction. And if Torm favors you, you'll be the winner. One of the knights goes, Sir Froome, why is Torm the god judging this race? He's the god of duty and heroics, but what does he have to do with horses? And he says, shut it up. How about that? It's my god, and I say he's watching over this race because it's quite heroic to ride a horse, and it's the only place where you can use a lance properly. And a lance is the sign of a good knight. So how about that? He goes, whatever you say, Sir Froome, whatever you say. He goes, that's right, because I am in charge. Now, on your marks, get set, race! Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Everybody roll an animal handling check. If you are proficient with land vehicles, you may roll this at advantage.
Oh, shoot.
15
Any
plus
chance?
5, 30, 20.
Okay, so you always got a dirty 20.
I have 12.
Star has a 12.
14.
Shroud has a 14.
That is a 10.
A 10. That's kind of fitting. Two of the knights are plastered, and they just sort of. One guy fully falls off his horse that's being dragged down the street as his like foot is like laced through the saddle, and Vroom's like, "Oh, the name of Torm," and the other guy's like, "Oh, what, we're supposed to turn here, right?" They go, "No, keep going," and then he turns down a side street, fully veers off. He's like, "Ah." So those two are fully out and disqualified. So in last place is another knight, sort of trying to ride. He's like a little drunk. He's like, "No, I've got this." And he's trying to ride down the street, but he's last place. So closely, he's following closely behind Star, who's just a little ahead of this guy, second last right now. Just ahead of him. So I'm just gonna do. I'm gonna write down who's in what place. Nix. Star is just barely ahead of this guy. They're sort of neck and neck almost, but Star's a little ahead. A little bit ahead is Shroud in fourth place, sort of riding ahead of Star and the Knight. Yeah, and then this guy's this guy's last. That's fifth. That's fourth. That's third. There we go. Then sort of way up ahead, who just tore off, is this other knight who's not drunk and probably a very good rider, just making his way down the fucking lane, just tearing down. But neck and neck with Ciela, who's just barely ahead of him, but they're neck and neck going down the street. So Ciela's in first place. This knight is closely behind. All right, let's get another animal handling set as you guys go for the final turn. What's up?
What happened to Terrence?
Oh yeah, Terrence. Oh, Terrence got the. Terrence is. Oh, that's my mistake. Terrence, you're in last place with the 10, and then the knight is just a little ahead of you, and then Star is just a little ahead of him. My apologies, Terrence.
I'm turned around, making sure the people that fell off their horses are okay.
Yeah, you got a little distracted by the people getting hurt and kind of fell behind, but you're neck and neck with Star and this knight. Okay, yeah, let me get that another round going. Let's go.
15.
16 plus 5, 21.
Okay. Hang on, I'm going to get them from you in a second because I'm going to add them all up. Do it that way.
I don't think I've rolled over a 10 today.
Oh, man.
That's fine.
This guy sucks.
It's not super critical today. I got an 8.
You got an 8, Terrence?
I got an 8.
Got it. What'd you get, Shroud?
15.
15, not bad.
Actually, I have a +1 to animal handling, which I don't know where that came from, but okay.
Yeah. What'd you get, Star? Star? Oh, let me get Ciela.
16 plus 5, 21.
21. And Star.
Wendy.
Sorry. I got a 9 plus the 1 animal handling, which is 10.
All right. Let me just track who's in what place now.
Oh, yeah. I'm falling behind now.
Oh. Jesus, Ciela. Up there. Okay, so good news, Terrence. The knight that was sort of neck and neck with you and Star sort of just like kind of just lost control of his horse a little bit and fell behind you. But you are you're only a little bit ahead of him. You're like still a full horse length ahead of him, so you're in 5th. Then a little ways up after that is Star. Star, you sort of pull ahead over the lap back to, and that one knight that rolled really good falls behind, and Shroud just goes tearing through with the horse of death. Just goes riding past him. He's like, ah! It kind of gets out of the way of Shroud as Shroud just comes tearing down the lane. And Ciela, you do this, like, you get to the end of the lane and you just like fully Tokyo drift your horse because you two have already formed this bond. Your horse is like just goes into like this, and you sort of like turn ahead, and the legs sort of swing out behind, kind of starts running before it even gets any traction, and then keeps going and starts sort of tearing past all the other horses. And you've already made the turn. You're already on a dead straight all the way back to the end of the line. Okay, last set of rules here, people. Last set of rules. Let me get one last round of animal handling checks, please, and thank you.
Oh my god.
Another?
Another.
Oh, I think I know who's gonna win.
I got 16.
Total of what, Ciela?
25.
Fuck me.
I rolled a 10. I got double digits. 14.
Terrence got a 10.
I
Plus
got 14.
4.
10 on the die.
Plus 4. Sorry, what was the total, Terrence? Grand total?
14.
14. So that's... Oh, what'd you get, Star?
Oh,
You're on
you're
mute.
muted, Mindy.
I think I said 16.
Yeah, that sounds right. 16. What about you, Shroud?
13.
13. All right, and as for the knights, oh shit, he's coming. He's not giving up. And the last guy, oh, he gets a little sprint in his step. All right, so that's going to be, okay, last place is 6th, 5th. Fourth, third, second, first. Okay, so way off in the back, coming around the turn is square enough. Is Terrence and knight number 2 are just sort of, they kind of come around the corner and go racing back. Ahead of them is Star, who is sort of keeping the lead in front of these two, but they're still coming up behind them. In third place is Shroud, who is neck and neck with the other knight, and the two of them are just sort of battling for first. But way the fuck ahead is the ranger on their horse, and you're like, "Come on, spirits, we need to make the jump." And you just, like, if this is the road, like Shroud and the other knight are here, and you just go flying past Froome, and he's like, "That's it, there's a winner, come on, let's get second place." And then they go tearing past, he goes, "Second, third, I saw it for sure." And you go tearing past, he's like, "Ah!" And you know, people have come out of their houses to see what's going on. Some of the patrons, and all of them are like, "Woo!" And like, you get off your horse, Ciela, and Onthar like throws his arm over your shoulder, and he's like got you in like a thing here, and he's like, "Yeah, this is the winner right here. Drinks, sir, drinks. Free drinks for the night on this one." Everyone's like, "Woo!" And he's like, "Ah," and he's just like, "This person's awesome." And he's like, "What's your name again?"
Ciela.
Yeah, and everyone's like, he's like, "Let's go inside and have some drinks. I'm thirsty."
And
Brings you
Ciela
all
goes,
back inside.
Dragonsbane.
Dragonsbane, that's the adventuring party. And everyone's like, "Oh, Dragonsbane, woo!" And everyone starts screaming Dragonsbane down the street. He brings you all back down inside the tap room. People just buy you drinks left and right. You've got like 4 drinks in front of you, Ciela, because people from around the tap room just bought you drinks. And Froome's like, "That was great. That was so exciting. Fantastic." And yeah, he lets you sort out your drinks. And he goes, he chugs one back and he goes, "That's better. Okay, let me hear from... Okay, let's let the winner deal with their alcohol. You let us know when you're done your drinks. Now, in the meantime, I want to hear from the 3 of you. You're very quiet. I can tell that this is the face of the party. How about you?" And he sort of punches you. Oh, no, you're going, Terrence. And he stops and he looks at you. He goes, "Yes, you with the shield. If I'm not mistaken, now let me think for a moment here. I want to say Paladin, You have the look of it in your eye and the heroics and such, but you use a mace, and that's the telltale sign of a cleric. So am I right? Are you a cleric?
You would be correct. I am.
Haha.
Cleric
So
of
tell me of
Chantia.
yourself.
I'm from Greenest, that town that the dragon attacked. That was my home.
I see. Well, you have my condolences for what happened to your home, but luckily Torm smiled down on you and gave you the heroics to defend your people, no?
Yeah, I guess we could say that.
But
Somebody's
no, of
looking
course,
down.
you have your own god, the god of God Chantia. If I'm not mistaken, Terence, I believe there actually is a holy house of Chantia here in Elturel.
Really?
Yes, let me think. Yes, it is called the High Harvest Home. It's a rather exceptional cathedral.
I'll have to pay it a visit while we're in town.
Yes, perhaps you should do it soon. If I am led to believe this dragon cult needs to be dealt with swiftly and quickly, the rascals.
Yeah, agreed, absolutely.
But you should, but definitely, you should take a look around. I've been there. It is exceptional. There is, they have the high priest. The high priest and harvest master is there, and there's some 18 priests who tend to the building at all times.
18, wow.
How many attended to your temple back in Greenest?
Just one.
And yourself?
And myself, of course.
Ah, so good. There's someone left behind. You should see it. You should see it then.
You said that's the High Harvest Cathedral?
The High Harvest Home is what it is
High
called.
Harvest Home.
That's right. I am of no doubt the Harvest Master would be interested to meet a fellow such as yourself.
I would be interested in meeting a high priest.
You would be aware that the rank of Harvest Master is like, it's pretty up the bar. It's a higher rank than even Falcon Moon has. Yeah, High Priest means like you're in charge of the temple, but Harvest Master would mean like people from other temples, other high priests come to you for guidance. It's sort of like a cardinal in a way.
Oh, okay.
So this would be the most highest ranked member of the church that you've ever met, if you were to meet them.
Highest priest.
The highest of priests, indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it close by?
It's not too far. It's and he's going to tell you where to find it.
Okay.
Yeah, if you cared to know as far as titles and ranks go, you, I think, would be considered what is known as an Anum, A-N-U-M. That would be your rank, and that's just sort of the rank of like a common priest. Yeah. So this is like the next rank up, the High Harvest Master. Or just the Harvest Master. That's like the next rank up. Hell yeah. Rural clerics refer to themselves as pastorals. There's some older sects of the wilderness call themselves the True Shapers. Very interesting. Okay. And he says, well, I'm sorry about your home. We are going to do all we can to serve retribution to the scum who did this to the good lands and the good people of the Soul Coast.
That's why I'm here.
Glad to hear it, Terence. Tell me, are you good with that mace?
I try to be.
Care to prove it? A little sparring match, perhaps?
Yeah, sure. Sparring.
All right. Diggory! And he calls for one of his knights who stands up. You see this knight stand forth. He sort of stands up and he goes, And he says, "Get your sword. We're going to see if Terrence here has what it takes to bring you low." And everyone's sort of, and you see this guy stand up. It's like he's not like, it's no like Start of Troy, that giant fucking hulking man. He's not like he doesn't
He's
tower
not a half
over you.
dragon.
No, he's not a half dragon, nor does he tower over you in any such, but he looks to have a kind face, nonetheless battle scarred. Seen some war for sure. And he goes, "All right. Terrence, give us a display of your martial prowess, my friend. I'm excited to see your skill."
Of course, I'll shake the hand of whoever I'm sparring against.
Yep, that knight walks up to you and he says, "Good match, sir.
Good match.
Match." And he puts down his bucket helm and he, or actually, I'll say he has a, he's just got like a long sword and he just like, and he's gonna wield it two-handed, sort of brings it ready to fight you with. Roll initiative. He fails. He rolled a nat 1.
I rolled a 4.
Haha, you win. You two both sort of do like a wide swing to kind of start the battle, which is sort of normal for those of the hemi-armored persuasion. But you get the first strike. Go for it.
All right, I'm gonna shove him with my shield.
Yeah, shove him with your
knock
shield.
him off balance.
All right, go for it. Make me an athletics check.
Contested athletics.
Yeah. 16's your DC. Meet it or beat it.
Natural 20.
Oh, he brings his sword back, sort of expecting for both of you to sort of wind up for a clash, and he doesn't expect you with your mastery of the shield. You just, bam, knock him off of his feet.
Oh yeah, I wind up for a hit, but then
Yeah, you go
with the shield.
and just like throw yourself into him, knock him off of his feet, and then you bring the mace down. Go ahead and make an attack at advantage.
All right. (17 + 4, 21).
Bam, right into the middle of his chest where the chainmail is strongest, so as not to harm him, as I assume these are non-lethal blows.
Yeah. I'll try to-
Yeah, don't worry about damage. We're just gonna do like best of 3 hits, basically.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, you bash him in the chest, and he takes it, and the knights are like, good hit, good hit. Is there anything else?
No, that'll be it. I'll even let him stand up. We're going
Yep,
best
you
of
stand.
3.
Yep, you stand back and kind of gesture for him to stand, very honorable. The guy puts his hand on the side of the table and pulls himself to his feet. He takes his sword, and he's going to take 2 swings. How does a 16 do?
16 misses.
Misses. You get your shield up, bashes against the shield, no hit. Tries again. That's going to be much, much better. How's a 23?
A 23 will hit.
He pulls a pretty cool maneuver. He sort of brings the tip of the sword to the side of your shield and sort of slinks it back, and then comes around and like taps you on the shoulder with the end of his sword and scores a hit. And everyone's like, good hit, good hit. Your go, my friend.
Okay.
Knock him over again?
Yeah, I mean, I could just do the same thing. Maybe you won't expect
Yeah,
it
do it.
twice.
He goes, surely he wouldn't do it again. Ooh, he doesn't roll too good.
That's... Neither did
11.
I 10.
10. You bash him with him, and he puts his heel back, and he was expecting it this time around. He doesn't get knocked over.
All right, that's fine. I'm still gonna swing with my mace.
All right, go for it.
Ooh, 22.
Yeah, that'll hit. You like sort of like tap him on the side of like the plate helmet. He kind of takes it, and they go, another good score, another good hit. And Unthorfrum's like, Terrence. And the other guy goes, you with Order of the Golden. Why you, what the hell? And he goes, it's winning.
Marigold.
Marigold, man, I like that, Marigold. And he'll start, and then the slightly dissuaded the other knight's like, the fuck. And he's gonna swing at you. Natural 1. He swings his sword wide over the top of your head, fully fucking misses. knocks over a couple drinks on another table. Someone's like, "Ah, come on, watch where you swing." And then he goes in for another swing with a natural 4. He swings, and you just easily get your shield right in the way. It is your turn.
All right, let's
Finish it.
yeah, I'll bash it with my shield again.
All right. All right. He hits a 15.
I got a dirty 20.
Yeah, he sort of hits the side of your shield, and then you just sort of like use the side piece of your shield to just sort of bring it low and just bash him in the leg, and he drops to a knee, and you bring the mace up. Go ahead and make an attack.
And that is 21.
21, and before he can get his sword up to try and parry you, you hit him on the top of the bucket helm and score the 3rd hit. And Untharfrim says, "That's it! Terrence wins! Ah!" And everyone goes,
Yola
"Whoop!"
jumps out of the seat and goes, dance.
Everyone goes fucking nuts for this. Onthar like walks up to you and like pushes the knight out of the way and like slings his arm around you, and he's like, "This guy is now the coolest." And everyone's like, "Woo!" And he goes, "Terrence, good job, good job." He goes, "You ever thought about being a paladin? Huh? You do well at it. You do well at it."
Oh,
Never mind. It's okay, never mind. I forgot I said anything. "You're a great cleric and a fine fighter." And everyone, whoop. And he goes, "You are skilled with the shield, boy. I haven't seen anyone fight like that in quite some time."
Thanks. It was my father's.
The finest weapon is one passed from father to son, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is.
Gives you another pat on the shoulder. Says, "Very good, very good." And he sits you down, and he like cheerses you a mug of ale, and he starts drinking too. And at this point, it's probably starting to wonder. Some of you might begin to wonder, like, why doesn't this man get drunk? This is like his 10th drink, and he's still like, a little dizzy, but he's going. He's a big man too, so a lot of body to fill, I guess. And he goes, "Okay. Okay, let me get the feel of another one of you, I think." And he is going to look around the table, and he's going to look at Shroud, who is the big 7-foot tall monster. He goes, "You! I'm talking to you. Hey!" And it snaps. Do you like look at him?
Yeah, Shroud will look at him.
Sweet. He goes, "You look a little stiff. Have another drink."
Yeah, and I will.
He goes, "All right. I'm trying to figure you out. Silent but deadly type. Now listen to me. You hear? How good are you with that sword?"
Yola barks a laugh. You should see him with
"Oh, that good, huh?"
Yeah. So I think Shroud will say like very, very short answers like proficient.
Proficient. He goes,
Proficient.
"Hey, I got a word out of this one. You know what? We'll get another word. A drink." And he pushes it in front of you. He says, "I'll talk to you in a minute. I just need to get myself in the right state because I've got something planned for me and you. Now, you," and he points across the table to you, Star. Goes, "You there. Tell me of yourself.
Sir.
You're literally a cat. That's crazy. Tell me about that."
I'm sorry about that, good sir.
Good sir. Okay. I'll drink to that. Shit. Why not? And he'll take a drink. And he goes, "So, what's your weapon of choice? Look at you. You're all dark and shady and cat-like. Are you like a claw kind of person? You use your claws and scratch people?"
Oh no. I use my daggers.
Daggers? Daggers? What do you mean daggers?
Oh, I have short blades. I got my 2 daggers as I throw them out, going like, "See these wonderful daggers?" And yeah, I just like stab people.
Stab people? That's not a sword. That's not a knife. This is a knife. And he takes out his greatsword and lashes it down on the table. And you guys will see, this is a beautiful piece of craftsmanship. The blade is like, it's tarnished gold. The actual hilt and crossguard is tarnished gold and some kind of like immaculate, like polished wood. And the blade itself is this long, beautiful steel blade with hooks off the side and has like arcane writings or celestial writings down the actual weight of the blade. And it's about as long as he is. You could probably put it beside himself and it'd be about the same height as giant greatsword. And he tosses it down the table and he goes, "That's a knife."
Well, I can't do any better than that. I can't even hold that.
I'll show you. Come on, stand up. No.
Okay.
I'll show you. All right, it's all in the wrist. They'd tell you it's in the arm, but it's not. It's the wrist. And he like says, "Come here, stand next to me." All right, and he whoosh, levels his weapon. He goes, "Listen, now here's the thing when it comes to swords, right? Now you'll see some people." He's like waving the sword around a little bit. People are like, "Whoa!" And he goes, "Here's the thing." He sort of puts it over his shoulder. He goes, "When you got a hammer or an axe, that's just swing. That's all in the arm, right? But the sword is a much more elegant weapon." And he whoosh, puts it in front of you. So you see the wrist. See, look, I barely move the wrist like this. And see how the end of the weapon is moved about 3 feet? That's why bigger is better. Now you hold it. And he hands it to you. And you... in that moment, you just, the whole sword just, and then like goes a little bit through the floor. He goes, "No, hold it up, hold it up, hold it up." Okay. Now, see how easy it is to move the tip of the sword? That's how you block. You keep your sword between the enemy. And basically for the next like 20 to 30 minutes or however long Unthar can get Star to like continue at it, he's going to try and explain to you the great sword. And basically is like taking you through like great sword like basics, like weapon trainings. And he's like, "Yeah, so look, okay, I'm gonna toss the mug of ale into the air, and you're gonna swing, and you're gonna hit it, right?"
Okay, I'll try.
Okay. All right, here we go. Ready? Go ahead and make just like a strength check, a flat strength check.
Oh god. Oh, like roll for a strength check.
Yeah, roll for a strength check, because that would be your modifier of the great sword as a rogue.
13.
What's your modifier?
My modifier is this is not saving throw, right? So modifier is 0.
0, so 13?
Yeah.
Yeah. You sort of like listen to what Unthar said. You got the great sword. And you sort of just like tilt the wrist a little bit, and you manage to sort of like swat it out of the air with the tip of the blade. And Unthar's like, "Ah!" And all the other knights are like,
You're like a
and
star.
he goes, "Ah, you did it. Not bad, not bad." And he'll like take the blade back from you and he goes, "That's very good. Now, Steve, come to me if you ever decide to invest your time in a real knife, and I'll show you some more shit. How about that?"
Right. I will do that when I'm less drunk.
I find the best time to train is when you're sober, admittedly. But the most fun time to train is when you're drunk and no one is too close to you to get hit.
Looks around going like, are you sure about that?
Not right now. No. We're not going to train right now. I was just showing you the basics, and everyone here is wearing metal, so it's fine. Now, all right, go sit down, have a drink. All right, you're good. I like you. He goes, and he sits down and looks at you, Shroud, and goes, "Now, it's time. Me and you dealt with this thing between us, you hear? We're going to drink till we're blind, me and you. One after the other, what do you say?"
And I'll just say challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted. He goes, "That's what I like to hear." "Okay, stop bringing him in. Put him on my tab." And the guy's like, "Okay." And he starts
right.
bringing over ales. Okay, Shroud,
Yes.
maybe a con save.
Okay. 17.
17. Yeah, so you two take your first drink. The first round of this, you're both going to be tipsy. You start drinking, and Shroud, for the first time, you start to feel the effects of alcohol. You feel your heads-up display starts to like, and you sort of like turn it off because you're like, okay, it's not fully working. and you feel like balance receptors failing, and you're like, interesting. As you're like, you're sort of like Legolas, except a little bit more robotic when he's like
Right.
trying to outdrink Gimli. And he's like, I feel it in my fingers. Okay, roll me another one. This opens over a little while because Shroud and Onthar both have a decent constitution.
23.
Jesus. At this point, Onthar is drunk. You are only tipsy, so you're winning. So Shroud is 1. Onthar has 2. So he has disadvantage on these saving throws going forward. Okay. Roll me another one.
Oh, a nat 20. So 27.
Okay.
Yes.
You guys keep drinking and drinking. Onthar is going to reach his 3rd level. He is absolutely hammered, but by the time he is hammered, no, I'll leave you at tipsy. This isn't technically how it works. I don't want to like fully fuck over Onthar because he is really good at drinking. So I'll say that you come with him. You stay behind, but you're now on the level of drunk, and he's hammered. So he is going to get a drunk personality.
Nice.
He's going, I had never been out drunk before. That's not going to start today. And he starts, and he keeps, and he's sort of like a little sad because he's being out drunk. Go ahead and roll another one.
Let's see here. 18.
Fuck me, dude. You're pretty good at this.
Plus 7. Plus 7 to my con save.
Yeah, fucking plus 7. And he's a paladin. He's got charisma and wisdom for saving throws. So he is gonna reach 4 levels. And at this point, he's like fucking blacker. He's like, you're gonna outdrink me? I am on the room of the Order of the Gauntlet. And Torm loves me. He goes, you know what? I don't even want to drink anymore. I admit when I lost. What's your name?
And I'll say Shroud, and then I will give him return those 3 punches that he gave me earlier in good spirit.
Yeah. And he looks at it. He looks at you. And he just grabs you and hugs you and starts crying.
Shroud doesn't raise their arms or anything. They just have that awkward around their shoulder hug, right?
Yep. And he's like,
there.
And then he pulls back and he goes, I succeed. This is the first person who's ever outdrunken me. I'm so proud. And they're like, Sir Froome, you've been out drunk many, many times. He goes, you shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. I let them outdrink me, but this one was the first legit one. And he goes, all right. You're excellent. Now, he puts his hand on Ciela's shoulder, goes, tell me about the dragon again.
One more time.
She tells him about the dragon again.
Just one more time. And he's going to, and essentially, if everyone wishes to continue basically drinking and having a good time with Onthar, you guys will continue. Maybe another horse race is set up. Maybe he takes you guys out back and goes, all right, this is how you use a flail. And he'll just
yes.
Horse races and wrestling and arm wrestles and stories of great where he's standing on a table at one point. He says, and that's when I cut his head off, and I will never forget him. He was a beautiful man. And just this will go off, and it'll be and that's the only time I ever loved a man. And he'll just keep going on, and you guys are, and eventually all of you find yourselves a little maybe drunker than you meant to be, except maybe Terrence, who's kind of holding off. But nonetheless, if this is sort of your thing, all of you are going to have a good time, and well into the night can continue to drink with Onthar Froome. and have a bowling good time. But by the end of the night, he's got like Ciela under this arm and Terrence under this arm. And he's like, you're my best friends. I've never had friends like you before. And he just thinks you guys are the best. Like Master Eliason was like, get in this guy's good graces. It could be good for you guys. He thinks you guys are the shit. He's like, this. He goes like, you know what? Another round. I can't even. And he just like gets and anyway, he has a great time with you guys, and the guy's got endurance. You gotta like, he's fucking hammered, but
We have to
keeps
carry
going.
him home.
Oh no, nobody, no. He goes, no, don't touch me. I'm okay. Give me a hug. And but he's but no, he's for as drunk as he gets, the man's got will and the man's got heart, and he keeps drinking with you guys all night, whoever wishes to. And you guys keep up the same sort of events, and he's a fun guy to party with. For any reason, would anyone wish to slip away? To do anything other than relieve themselves? There's a lot of liquids being imbibed.
I don't think so, but I think Shroud would like process like their surroundings, and like very similar to like some of the other events that have happened. Like I think they're starting to register like camaraderie and like alongside like the adventuring party, but I think this is one of those like kind of like sparks that's like a little bit like touches deeper in like into their sentience and like understanding like friendship and that kind of a thing.
Yeah. So Shroud, you're a creature of metal, and you're looking around the room as you see all of these knights. You see, yeah, you see Terrence. You see the Order of the Gauntlet Knights and Warriors. You see Ontharr Froome, and you look around, and they're all cased in metal, much like you are. And all of them are battle-worn and scratched and cut up from the various battles they've been in, without a doubt. Just like you.
Mm-hmm.
But they all have their helmets off. And they're all... So like, these are, potentially dangerous individuals. They've all seen battle and war like you. And here they are in safety and together in camaraderie, and they're all boisterously drinking. They're letting out their energy, and like Onthar's like openly crying, allowing himself like that emotion. And you recognize, you recently had a strange thing happen to you where your whole like mainframe fucking shut down, and just this like blazing heat took over inside of your chest. Something inside of your like internal engines just roared into heat, and that sort of began to fuel you into something. And maybe you're just beginning to recognize maybe why that was. Maybe an insight check.
That is 13 plus 14 total.
14. You look back on the moments, you look at all of these other iron metal men, and their camaraderie and their closeness, and they're all alive. And you look back on why your friends perished. And they perished because they were alone. When all of the bats descended, they were separated from each other, and they could not defend one another, and that's how you recognize that they fell. But the next time you went in, it's because they were together. And when you were, you lit up and you were angry, not angry, but your servos and your sensors took on that secondary state, your friends were in trouble. And maybe there's something to that. Maybe these people might, you don't fully make the insight check, but parts of it. And maybe you recognize that there's something about these warriors, what they've been through and what they're going through and how they've fought and what they stand for. Maybe there's something there. And yeah, you recognize the camaraderie, and that it seems to be that they hold this very important, this bond they have with their brothers. And maybe there's something there. Maybe there's something to be learned about camaraderie from these individuals.
I very much picture that moment from like Vox Machina when they're like, where does your strength come from? And Grog's like, my friends. That.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, absolutely.
They're coming into that, yeah.
Yeah, beginning to learn about that, perhaps. Yeah, camaraderie and something worth fighting for, and gaining your
was-
strength from your ally.
I was waiting for Shroud to do like a shoulder punch to the guy and send him ass over tea kettle over the table, by accident.
Inadvertently just like clock him real hard in the face.
And then he's like,
Poor Onthar.
yes.
His like lips bleeding and stuff, and he's like, yes.
He like pulls out a tooth.
Right?
He's like, okay, all right.
Put it in his pocket because it's happened before. Like,
I'll lay on hands that back in later. And yeah, so you guys drink away the night. Is there anything else anyone would like to do? Yeah, Star.
So Star, during the festivities, he'll actually go to the barkeeper and just basically say, I have a letter. I wrote the stuff on here. Could you send this out? Just, it's the only thing I request. It's the money. Yeah, that's it. Thanks. All right, back to. Oh wait, I need another round of drinks, please. Thank you.
Okay. He just like gives you a drink, and you handed him like some paper. He goes, where did you want me to? Where did you want me to send this? What?
Envelope has words on it. Saying where to
He'll
go.
read it. Go ahead and send me what you want sent, like privately if you wish, just for this role play. And he goes, okay, I suppose. And he'll find his way outside, and he'll hire a child. Is it? I will just ask. Is it further than inside the city?
It's outside the city. Yeah.
He gives them back to you. He's like, I know I am not a delivery service. I'm sorry. You can try and find a courier. It's not what I do. And he just like hands it back to you.
It's like, oh, okay, I'll do this later, and just shoves it right back into his pocket.
Yeah. Says, I mean, if it was around the city, I could hire some boy, some lad to do it, but that's a little far. Sorry, I don't want to take responsibility.
No worries. No worries, buddy. Just give me the drinks.
Oh, yes, okay. And he gives you the drinks. Okay. Anybody else have anything they would like to do other than have fun? Nope. Okay. You guys party with the Order of the Gauntlet, Ontharfroom, have a boisterous tavern hopping good time here in the tavern that is known as the Pair of Black Antlers Tavern. You drink, you have a good time. Terrence, you might find yourself cleaning up after your friends. Star's a little drunk. Ciel's definitely probably a little drunk if she was actually going through all those ales. Shroud's just like, maybe not. I imagine for a robot is not like the usual drunk. Like there's still the symptoms there of like dizziness, but maybe they're not manifesting as similar where Shroud's just like walking and then just fully just and then like propped up. And Terrence, you kind of have to organize everybody and get them some rooms. And yeah, all of you can settle in for a rest for the evening. But Terrence, the barkeep, will say, if you want a place to stay, you can stay here. I leave it to you. You can either stay in the rafters, which is just really just hay, or you can get a room for you and your friends. What would you like?
How much are the rooms?
The rooms are... Oh, that's something else. That's 8 silver a day.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get some rooms.
All right. So you can. So what will happen tonight is that you pay for everybody, but in the morning, if everyone's willing, they can pay Terrence back 8 silver.
Yeah, that works for me.
And Ontharfroom, like, he stumbles his way to bed and he goes, Terrence, listen to me. Listen to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're a good lad. You're a good lad taking care of your friends.
Thank you.
Tom smile on you, cleric. Tom smile on you. See you in the morning.
See you in the morning.
And he kind of makes his way down the stairs, sort of like holds the railing and lets his feet kind of like lead as he sort of like heels down the stairs and kind of like falls through one of the doors. And he manages to stay on his feet all night, to his credit. And you all will find your way to bed, and all of you will find your heads hitting a pillow rather hard, and all of you can enjoy a long rest. And that's where we'll end the session. How did you guys like Antar
Sweet.
Froome? Newest NPC to the game.
It's fucking
Right.
fantastic.
Fucking love Antar. He's the best.
New friend. You could join our party.
You want to join our party? Hey, man. I would if I could. Fantastic. Sweet. And we'll get our new party member next session. I think this is actually a perfect time to introduce that individual. Yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be good stuff.
Can't wait for the next session.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Me neither. It's going to be good. You guys are going to get your next thing to do.
Oh, thanks, too.
Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm going to take off. Have a good evening.
Whoever's recording, is Carmen recording or are you recording?
That was
Carmen.
fun.
Carmen's recording.
Okay.
So would it just automatically stop when we exit?
It'll automatically stop, yeah.
Yeah. All right. All right, guys.
Good night,
Talk to you
friendos.
later. Bye.
Have a good one.